All right, I think we're on. What's going on, everybody? We here. We had a little delayed, but you know, it's Saturday night. You already know what we do here. As you can see, it's I'm here along with my co-host Marcus. Um, we invited on Mr. Collin Radix-Carter. Thank you for joining us tonight.
No
Nice of
problem.
you
Thank you for having me.
nice of you to join us. I saw you were in the comments last week too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So you had some, like, at least in my opinion, very relevant things to say. So it's cool that you're on now. So
Appreciate it.
go ahead, and I'm pretty sure everybody in the audience knows who you are, or things like that. But just go ahead and tell us, what it is you do, what
Yeah.
your platform is, etc.
Yeah. So a lot of you know me. If you don't know me on Twitter, I am co-host of INN News with Lee Breland, which we do live streams every Wednesday night at around 8 or 9, depending on the day, how we're feeling. And so that's kind of what I do in terms of, being on YouTube. But my day job, the thing that pays the bills, I'm a teacher based in DC. I'm also a teacher advocate for a nonprofit here. So I do a lot of advocacy work, or as far as promoting, elevating the issues of teachers in the city, including myself, helping them to promote a lot of those issues, which I think has helped, in terms of thinking about politics and actually being in DC, being in the epicenter of the fuckery, as I say, helps to kind of make that correlation between, the actions of politicians, in my case, also locally, affect me directly. And so having somewhat of a position to kind of speak on it and challenge the system a little bit, given my little platform, but, trying to elevate the idea of, having others kind of do the same thing in terms of what you are able to do in your community, in as far as empowering yourself and then empowering others to make the change that you want to see. Because as we've seen, politicians are not going to do the work for us apart from what we force them to do. So,
all right, did we want to do an intro? Are we ready to go? Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna throw the intro up. Give me a little bit more time. Buy a little bit of time, everybody, and get my mics and stuff plugged up. I'm sorry the delay is on my behalf. I had to go to the dentist's office, kind of emergency all of a sudden, but we are going to be good to go. I'll be all right. But let's get it started, folks.
You were here because you have a question. Really get down to understanding this political matrix.
Out there, the stunt double. He walked out. He's got an oximeter on his back. I'm like, you gotta keep other. Marcus said on his other show. He was like, American politics is simply pro wrestling.
You became afraid of everyone because people were reporting on each other.
We're living out Minority Report too as well. And you know why? You know why we know that, boss? Because we've been reporting on it. Yeah, I know.
All the black people in this country be willing to take a reservation.
That's what the Nation of Islam was asking for.
I'll put a couple of clips together.
It's crazy to see how much Martin Luther King really began to look like, damn, man, Malcolm was fucking right.
I mean, what is the elite's end game?
There's this assumption that as a black commentator or black journalist that you're not informed.
Relationships, that's a skill we have to learn. It's even more kind of mind-blowing because we're supposed to be the multicultural space.
Trying to drum up money to keep the war machine going so they can keep the donors happy.
Yeah. Do the Chinese own part of that?
Began a long time ago. Ukraine has had a neo-Nazi problem for decades.
Proof of sanction, am I right?
I don't know if domcopters will do it, but something's got to be able to save the world.
From the private industry here.
You know, like I say, people come on here, they can say stuff they don't normally say on their own shows, which is fine.
Oh, it's McDonald's. Whoop-de-doo.
Ooh.
And
Their
then,
cholesterol is going to go down. Yeah, good.
look, we only exist because we have the biggest military, kid.
And silencing a person like Julian Assange because it affects everybody. And today, last week, believe you me, because they know who you are. They watch. They got people that's going out there. They don't want you guys having the conversations that you're having on this show. So it affects the political matrix today.
Oh, that's right. Let me click my camera on. Oh, I need to get my green screen going first, so I don't look like I'm in a hostage video like Chris just said.
But to everybody in the crowd, in the chat, you know, thanks for joining us. Our good folks over on Rockfin, we appreciate you guys joining us too. You know, shout out to to INN. Indy, Reef was good, guys. You know, I mess with y'all.
Well, the whole crew over there. It's too many to remember all the names. I don't want to start naming anybody because there's just so many people. But thank you, Collin, for joining us.
Thank you.
I've been really wanting to have you on for a long time, and so I think hopefully you enjoy it. I got some interesting topics that I want to bring up.
Okay.
Of course, we got a couple of news stories with China going on that I definitely wanted to get into. We got Marianne Williamson officially announcing that she is running for president. You know, so there. Hold on a sec. This light is blinding the shit out of me. Then we got I put what is real in there, and I know that might sound a little vague to people, like what is he going to go into there, but I got some stuff there. It's a bunch of different stories that I've just seen floating around, and so I don't know. I'm ready for you all to see what's been popping around in my head of late. So what's been going on with you this week, Collin?
Not much other than I was on vacation last week, so coming back last weekend and just kind of getting back in the grind of working, and this is my busy season at work right now because I have parent-teacher conferences this upcoming week. I have progress reports due at the end of the month, so I'm going to be doing a lot of writing, and then obviously trying to do the podcasting with INN. We're, at least for INN News, we're approaching a 1-year anniversary, which really excited about it, but hard to believe that I've been doing this for a year. So, but yeah, obviously just doing that, and then doing stuff from my advocacy group that I'm a part of too, that I have a presentation to do in 2 weekends from now. So yeah, there's a lot. March is going to be a very busy month for me, but yeah, it's all good though.
No, that sounds good. I mean, well, and you know, I always have a lot of respect for people who work a full-time job and do this like we do also. You know, some people, they give so much credit to these people. Oh, well, they dropped this many videos and they're doing this and they're doing that. And it's like, yeah, but we're doing this more as a service to everybody else. We're not doing this as like a means to make money, and we're not necessarily chasing the headlines. I'm not trying to crap on anybody who their stories are, you know, that they're staying on top of whatever the current news story is. But a lot of times we all, as a community, I say INN and many others out there, are doing, you know, the subjects and stories that we feel are relevant. So, you know,
appreciate you mentioning that, and thank you for that. And yeah, and we just got monetized, I think, back in January. And so for me, it's kind of like this past year or so has definitely been a growing process for me, just is learning how to do YouTube, learning how essentially to do what you guys have been doing for a while, just kind of getting my feet wet in that. And, you know, and I mean, it's a platform that we're on, but I'm going to say it, YouTube ain't shit, basically.
It ain't. Oh, it ain't.
Like, it ain't. It's just as far as the censorship, and then like, you know, the algorithm doesn't promote any of our stuff. And again, as you said, we're not in this, like the stories that I cover or Reef and I cover, we know that they will not necessarily get picked up by the algorithm, but we don't want to, at the same time, we don't want to inundate, you know, the space with hearing the same story from, you know, different people who you're going to hear from anyway. So we try to bring stories that, you know, are relevant, but obviously you got to play the algorithm a little bit. But at the same time, too, we want to try and promote other stories that are not necessarily talked about, or bring a spin to a story that is being talked about. But, you know, YouTube doesn't respect that. Like, YouTube respects the drama, you know, which we don't always get into. We do sometimes, but I'll say like maybe 80% of the time, we're just trying to cover stories that, you know, no one else is talking about. And,
you know,
yeah, and the little money that you get from YouTube, besides like, you know, if you're lucky to get super chats, you know, it's like nothing. So yeah, it sucks, but as you said, we're not in this. This is more or less a hobby for me. I'm not trying to make this a job. I have a full-time job, you know, that's enough of my time. But also keeping in mind that is my time that I am spending doing this on top of doing my other job, on top of doing my advocacy work. It's a lot. So I can't necessarily spend the time, you know, I don't want to invest that much time. I can't invest that much time, you know, doing this when I have bigger priorities, especially since for me, you know, I do a lot of stuff locally in DC. So that is more precedent to me than stuff that is going on necessarily in independent media, even though I'm kind of a part of it now. So, but yeah.
Oh yeah, you're a part of it now.
Yeah. I'm part of it, but you know, but I don't want to consume myself in it. I know like Indian Reef in particular, they're immersed, and I'm beginning to get immersed in it, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I just call this my alternate reality, so to speak, like literally the Matrix, so to speak. But I have my other, you know, more pressing role as far as being an educator, but then like doing the stuff that affects me directly, as I said earlier, in terms of, you know, the people that I serve in DC, my colleagues who I work alongside in DC, and how I can make what I can do to help our conditions be better in terms of teachers and, you know, anyone in public service. You know, how can we elevate our needs here? So that to me is a lot more of my speed. And if anything, being in this space helped to enhance, you know, what I do at work and vice versa. But at the same time, you know, like YouTube doesn't reward that. So, you know, but as you said, I'm not in it for that. I'm not in it for the fame, you know, like people know, like I'm not, like the idea of doing INN news was like, I initially did not want to do it. I was asked to do it. But, you know, I enjoy it, but, you know, it's a lot of work for not much, you know, like reward, so to speak. Literally not.
I definitely know what you mean. You gotta remember, Collin, I got 3 channels.
Right. Yeah.
And
so,
I don't know if people realize how much work goes into like Hebrew apologetics for that one alone, how much work goes into that. A lot more work goes into that. And I don't even film every week necessarily. Because I have to study not only the Bible,
right?
I have to study archaeology. I have to study history. I have to keep in the news stories and intermingle all that. But That's just a lot. And then coordinating with, because like, it's just a lot which people don't realize about doing a channel.
Yeah.
Researching energy, setting everything up. Chris got to see it when I took a vacation.
It is a lot of work, and I think people don't realize that. And shout out to people who do this and do this for a living. Like, like the amount of work, and like I only stream live stream once a week, but then doing other clips dispersed throughout the week that we pre-record and put out. So we usually have at least a clip every day now, or at least for INN News. But yeah, it's a lot of work to, find the stories and clip them and record it and upload it and make a thumbnail for it. And like, there's a lot that goes into this. So, but like I said, for the people who do this, like full time or trying to, I give props to them. But at this, I'm like, nah, I'm not sure if I might change my mind on this down the road, but right now I'm like, nah, I can't imagine.
I literally pay you guys to give you content. I literally pay them for me to do content for them. That's kind of how it works. But definitely shout out to you. And I want to shout out to Emmanuel who started out the political matrix with us. I mean, that's the reason why, like, you'll see me and Chris now, we try to throw a little bit of fun and jokes in the middle of this, because I don't want Chris to feel that burnout that I've felt before. I mean, because Chris knows sometimes this stuff gets weary on you, and it gets like, it's the same shit. Shit is not getting better. What's the point?
I definitely hear that. And and I'm glad that, especially for me being a teacher, I have built-in vacation time during the school year. And so like, for me taking advantage of that and like being able, and I think, like having the freedom to kind of step away, like last week I didn't stream. I'm like, I'm going out of town. So I need, I need a break. And, so it was good to kind of step away and, kind of coming back in and being like, okay, I'm ready to kind of do this again. But I think you're right. Just you do these stories and nothing seems to be getting any better, and everything just seems to be getting a lot worse. And having to report on that, and just the reality of like, almost kind of like, why are we doing this? It's just like we're pushing and pushing and pushing, and then like that much change is being done in terms of elevating our condition. But like I said, that's why I'm like, focus locally, because that's where you can see, it's easier to see the wins that you have on a local level, and you have more direct access. And I think especially for me, and I'm very lucky, in terms of the position that I do have now, and like what I've been doing, like I have access to, not access in like that, but I recently met with councilmen regarding issues around education that I've been able to talk to, and some of the things that I've kind of mentioned, on INN News, as far as housing and student loan debt, and like trying to create better conditions as far as teachers, having them, as I say, own the means of production, in terms of their career, like those are issues that I've been able to kind of bring up in terms of, what will it look like, for teachers if they had these things that we kind of talk about in large at the federal level, in regards to like universal health care and like housing for all and all that kind of stuff. So I think if anything, being in this space helped me, kind of forced me to think in terms of, my personal condition and what I can say. And I don't want to say in a safe way, but like something that is a little more palatable for the liberals that are in DC, that they're able to understand and being like, yeah, I see where you're coming from in terms of, what does this mean as far as, and I say that as far as being a teacher, but I think just generally, like, how can we improve our livelihoods, in terms of our regular 9 to 5. So, so yeah, I have a lot to kind of owe, and be in this space and the people that I follow and watched and now kind of I'm a part of, that has kind of definitely helped in my political evolution. But yeah, it sucks that the work that we're doing is not necessarily translating, at least right now, on the federal level. But
don't worry, we'll evolve you some more. Right,
Yeah.
Chris? We'll evolve him some more over here. I figured since you mentioned DC, and especially since you're in DC, and Marianne Williamson, just like actually before I go there, I did see a question in there, and I will give you this question from Cat83 and see. The comment was, let me just put it on the screen. It says, "Too bad INN didn't do live coverage of the rally." I don't know. KRTD with a little over. Well, let's just get to the point. Is INN covering the Answer rally?
As well, originally I was planning to go. And then I found out this week, I was reminded, oh, you have a presentation on that day. So I cannot. But this is kind of why, for, just being an independent media, and especially if you're not doing this, I guess, on a full-time level, it's hard because, the closest people that are to me who are part of INN are based in New York. They could get down here, but obviously having to travel down and finding, housing and having the equipment necessary in order to stream, that's a lot of money. And like I said, we just got monetized over a month ago, and look, I'll just say this. It makes me grateful that I actually do have an actual job. I will say that, but so answer to that is, as far as I know, no, we don't plan on it. That doesn't mean that we won't. But, the other thing that people need to consider, and having done this on the ground before, is very hard to live stream at a rally like that when everyone else is streaming, because, I guess just due to the concentration of people, doing stuff on Instagram and whatever else. And plus people who are live streaming, the quality of the video sucks. I know Sabi had that issue when she streamed the Rage Against the War Machine, rally, some of the stream, the quality of it wasn't very good. So that's something that we're trying to figure out in terms of what equipment do we need to invest in. So being that I'm in DC, I have more access. So I would, if I can, be able to go on the ground and record stuff. So we are looking into that right now. But yeah, that's a long answer to probably not, but we'll see. Because I know a couple of people are planning possibly to come down. But again, that's money that people have to spend.
I understand. It's not always that simple. I mean, we would love the ability to be able to be at all of these different functions. Right. And I know personally, going back and forth talking to different people over at INN, and I mean, from knowing Indy, I can get the gauge of Indy that he would definitely want to do this. It's just a matter of want, and actually being able to do it is not necessarily the same thing. And we don't have some kind of political reason for I'm not going to be at this. I'm going to. We don't.
No, I've told people, go. I went to Rage Against the War. I know you went, the one based by you in LA. I tell people, if you look, I just want to be known for being consistent. I know there were issues in regards to Rage. I wasn't necessarily a fan of everyone who spoke. I will say that. I'm not especially a fan of Nick Brana. And I've made that very clear on that for the last 2 years since I've known who that cat is. I'm not a fan of him. That being said, as I tell people, you know, we should have been having rallies, anti-war rallies forever, honestly, on the left, you know, and we have there really isn't a left, I would say, honestly. And like, if any semblance of one is really, really small. So Nick and the people who organized, they found a lane and did their thing. And me personally, I can't get mad at that, because this is something that we should have been advocating for the moment that we started this war. And there's a lot of shit that people talk about, oh, we must do this or this and that on Twitter, but I don't see the action on it necessarily. And again, now it's hard for many people to do that. We don't necessarily have the resources necessarily to be able to do that, which I think in of itself, it's another issue that people are not necessarily talking about. But that being said, you know, like, if there's an opportunity, whether or not you disagree, to at least show some solidarity in the idea of being anti-war in this case, then I feel that people should go. I've encouraged people, like, if you don't want to go, that's your personal choice. And I understand why people did not want to go to Rage. But I think it's funny that people were up in arms about Rage and the Peace for Ukraine rally. No one's really talking about that. No one's necessarily promoting that, you know, per se. Like I have, like INN has, you know, I know a few people who have, but the same people who've been at, oh, Ogbonna sucks, or whoever sucks, like at this rally, like, on saying shit about this one. So it's just kind of like, what was it really about then? Was it really about you not liking certain people due to the issues with MPP, or what? You know,
A lot of the people that I saw, that most of the people that were doing the complaining, you had one side that was about the Nick Brana MPP, and then you had another crowd that was about, well, this person here is not actually anti-war overall, as in like a complete pacifist ideology, and about more of a, well, and then there was another faction where this is not a solidarity movement. And my standpoint, if you, and for those who know me, I believe in biblical prophecy. So I believe what's going to happen is going to happen. Period. I'm just covering as like a third party. But if you are somebody who believes that we have the possibility of World War III, and you don't want that to happen, you don't want the possibility of nuclear war, then you should be able to start putting aside some of these differences. Right. You know, and I hear a lot of people saying, well, this person's not anti-war in general. Well, okay, if they're anti this war, okay, can you settle on that and just run with it? Why? Right. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's, and I think just all the talk about, you know, yes, like people made the argument there wasn't enough people on the left representation. There wasn't
too much celebrity,
or there wasn't, you know, enough people of color being represented. Look, I was there. Savvy was there.
There were plenty of other black people that were there.
Of a Huru movement, who we just interviewed, and Penny Hess, who is the chairperson of the Solidarity Committee of the Huru movement. We just interviewed her on Wednesday. They were there. They spoke outside the White House during the event, and they're going to be at this rally in a couple of weeks. So for me, you know, I think that kind of shows the example of using whatever means you have, or any platform that you're able to get to air your demands. You know, speakers, organizers, be damned. You know, like, so for me, it's like, if you didn't want to go, fine, it's a rage. You know, if you feel that the Answer Coalition rally is your speed, if you're able to go, go. You know, but for me, as you said, it's about the principle of being anti-war versus, you know, arguing and hee-hawing over people or personalities that you don't particularly like, because, you know, it's just one rally. People are going to forget about it in 2 weeks. You know, like rallies do not, and I hate saying this, but rallies don't necessarily hold the weight that they did back in the 50s, 60s. You know, like,
I also ask people who are just anti-war in general, what do you do if you're the leader of a sovereign nation and war is coming to you? You can't, I mean, it's kind of like I put it on a small scale. If somebody comes and you're standing there with your mom and they start beating on your mom, do you not jump in and defend your mother?
Right.
And I'm not saying that I'm not even using it for this war. I'm just saying, to be anti-complete in general, if somebody is attacking you, then what do you do? I mean, what do you do? Can that person who's being attacked be anti-war if they're being attacked?
Right. Yeah, I just feel like a lot of the conversations, and again, this is all online. That's the thing. It's like, it's very easy to kind of air your grievances online and not.
I think sorry to interrupt, but it's a lot of people in theory land, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that to me is very much a liberal mindset in terms of, you know, and I say that, you know, being in college, especially, and then like grad school, since, you know, like, there are people who know the theory and can kind of talk you out your ass, but not necessarily applying it to the reality of the people who might need it, or getting your feet on the ground and actually trying to do something with the theory that you espouse to people, you know. And that's why I'm just been kind of like, look, you can argue about this all day long. That's not going to change what the hell I'm doing on the ground here. You know, like, I know what I'm doing, and, you know, at the end of the day, that's what I'm going to do. And really, and I said this on Due Dissonance, I believe a couple of weeks ago, is that this isn't about the speakers, or this isn't about Nick Brana. This is about the response that people should have post rally. Like, what are people planning to do afterward is really the question that I had and been having, you know. So if you're making this about a popularity contest, that's one thing. But if people are able to take the idea of being anti-war and actually doing something with that in terms of, you know, how it affects them and what they're able to do about it locally in their home, or, you know, their family or the city or their town or whatever, that's really the issue that we should be discussing. And no one's talking about that. Like, no one's talking about the idea of, like, what does anti-war mean? And then, like, how can we take that message and broaden it out, or expand that conversation, or expand the idea of that, so that there is something more prevalent that people can get behind, you know?
Well, see, that's why I asked that question, because I'm in the mindset and belief, from what I'm seeing, that we are inevitably marching towards World War III. And I'm not talking about down the road. I'm saying that I believe we could be possibly sitting in World War III within possibly at earliest by the end of this year, possibly beginning of next year, and we could literally be sitting in World War III.
Well, I would argue too, like, and I've said this on stream before, like, especially within the last month, you know, the public health emergency is going to end in May. So you know, so anyone who's not in collections, you know, like all of that has kind of, you know, people haven't been, you know, the government or whoever is not going after people like right now because, you know, of COVID. But once that public emergency lifts, and right now student loan debt forgiveness is kind of a big topic. If that falls through, you know, the second half of the year is going to be bad. You know,
I asked somebody. I won't bring them up because I don't want to give them any kind of credit. But I was asking a debate, and I was trying to ask this from a serious point of view. And Chris, at any point in time, hop in here. But I asked this from because I want to hear their true perspective. I said, if you believe we're in the possibility of World War III and or nuclear war, would you feel that would be a high enough stake to get past the differences you have with other movements, rallies, no matter what it is? You feel they're a grifter, they're a sex offender, they're all these things that you guys that were brought up. At that point, would that be enough to overcome that? And they basically said that's an unserious question. That's not serious. And I'm like, are you not looking at the climate that we're in right now? And so they said, well, that's like me asking you, would you work with Hitler if you had to? And I'm like, I hate when people always jump to Hitler.
Right.
They think that's some kind of get out of jail free card.
Right.
I said, if my family was literally in danger, you damn right. Now, what people don't get is that doesn't mean you have to go and do what Hitler was doing. I gave them the hypothetical. And I have a poll on my Twitter. You guys can check it if you want to get into it. Not very many people have answered. But I said, say, for instance, I'm coming to you and I'm saying, I have the assurity to be able to tell you Hitler has some kind of code that he knows or whatever he has something. He needs your help. If you do this, World War III does not happen. Period. You end it right there by just working with him. You don't have to go. That's not saying you're going to do anything nefarious. It's not even saying you're doing anything bad. It's not saying you're doing anything. That's not even specifying what you would do.
Right.
Just asking the question, would you work with this person that you have a problem with or that you despise or you feel is even evil?
Right.
For the greater good. Would you do that? And
if it's a means, and I think just basically saying, and I could say in this way because both of you are Black, so I'll say in this way. Like if it means, if the action leads to your liberation, you're gonna take it, right? We can discuss identity, politics, and all that kind of stuff after the revolution come, you know.
Yeah,
but
you deal with them.
You know, we can have those arguments after, you know, the liberation. But like, you know, if I have to work with the devil in order to not ensure a nuclear disaster, then I want to take that chance. And then like,
Collin, people are struggling with this question. People are struggling with this question.
Yeah, I get why, but at the same time, it's again, I think it's based
I'm like,
on
do you not have self-preservation?
Right.
Your principles does now just for World War I alone. World War I, about 70 million people roughly died during World War I. World War II, we're looking at somewhere around, I think it was roughly around 200 million or something like that. World War III would inevitably be 400, 500 million just on those averages. And that's not even factoring nuclear. If it's nuclear where it's one-sided and the Western powers are completely decimated and that's it, we're talking about roughly 2 billion with a B people gone and are in places completely destroyed and ruined. If it's on the other side, then we're talking about possibly 4 to 5 billion people destroyed or gone. And if it's mutual, we could literally be talking about somewhere around 7 billion people, like 90%, over 90% of the people on this earth gone. And I'm like, you're still holding that hard on your principles to let the whole planet basically burn over flexing,
Right, but
or bending.
you put in the chat was like, what are their principles though?
Their principles are well, that's the thing. They wouldn't answer the question.
Right.
To get
And,
into this.
and I think the idea is like, these people are, like right wingers or like, like pedo or whatever, you can fill in the blank or whatever. But here's the thing though, like, and I thought about this the other day. Isn't the Republican Party and the Democratic Party full of those types of people too? But somehow they have the class solidarity they need to screw us the fuck over, right? So, speaking of Republicans and any elite, basically, like, look at Epstein, for example, and the people who are connected with that, like Trump, Clinton, like Gates, like, you can make the argument for them too that they're creeps too, but when they want to get together and be able to like fuck us over in terms of using their class to kind of push us down, they're not going at each other in terms of like, oh, this person is this or this person is that. They come together, or at least they know to keep quiet about their personal shit while they're screwing us over. So my thing is, if the elites are able to do that shit, what makes us any better in terms of like, or pristine that we cannot? And again, it's not like you don't have to agree with people on every issue. And yeah, there's going to be like, people are people and they're going to do some shitty things. True. That's true. But like, but when it comes to, as you said, self-preservation, and if they're going to be in the means to help you preserve your life, work with them until, again, the situation is averted, and then you can go at them after that. But, yeah, I think it's a matter of principles, in terms of, and as I said, for me, like, going back to the rallies, a couple of rallies ain't going to change the world for me, So it doesn't make sense for me to make that kind of argument when people are still arguing about it, because like at the end of the day, like a rally is just that, a rally. It's not going to affect our circumstances any. What will is how people respond and actually use that to our betterment and empowerment to actually push to make demands of our politicians. And as I said, people are not talking about it in that sense. They're just mad that certain people, and I think a lot of it too, honestly, I think just all of this is shrouded in jealousy too, in terms of like the people who were asked and like are doing the work that unfortunately people who may want to be able to do what, again, Brana pulled off, don't have the means to. But again, I argue on the left, if we're able to coalesce and actually put our heads together, I would say we have enough economic know-how to do something. It wouldn't be huge, but we have that to do something, and we're not using our resources, I think, in the best way possible. We're just attacking each other and, like over, oh, this person sucks or this person is not legit and all this kind of stuff. We get into these petty high school mean girl fights, and meanwhile, people are still suffering. So for me, it's just kind of like, that's why I hate about being in this space is that, people claim that they care about these issues, but they don't talk about it or do the action around it that shows that they care. So for me, it's just kind of like, okay, I'm going to do my thing, but as I said, I know what I'm doing, and I don't have to prove to anybody, like in terms of like how valid I am or whatever. I know what I do, you know, and I may not say it a lot, you know, online, but at the end of the day, when I'm offline, I know what I'm doing every single day, and no one can not take that away from me. So, and at the end of the day, that's what I'm going to prioritize versus the stuff here that, you know, people claim that they care about, but it's just more or less lip service, in my opinion.
Yeah. Chris, what's your thoughts on this?
Damn, there's a lot said, right?
Yeah.
You know, as far as World War III, since, you know, it was brought up, you know, I see all the signs pointing to it. You know, I see all the comments, you know, and everything. I see everything as it relates to World War III, right? But there's still a part of me that's still thinking, like, is this Y2K? Right? Are they gassing us because, just like we saw with, you know, the Rona nonsense, when you get enough people fearful, you can do a whole lot of things, and you don't even have to create a whole lot of mess. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to blow up buildings, destroy cities, have, you know, mass graves, et cetera, right? So I just wanted to put that out there, that sometimes, you know, I just wonder, because I think even geographically, like, where is this going to take place? Where is it going to happen, right? Because I guess the only question I have after that is, where is going to be the least affected place? Where can you find any, like, you know, where can you survive, right? Because I would assume DC, where you all three of us will probably be wiped off the map, right? DC, Cali, by Florida, done. We out of here, right? So where are we gonna go? Like, we can't all go to Tennessee, all right? And now the water's all fucked up and down.
Man, if you're talking about going somewhere, it wouldn't be nowhere in the U.S.
No,
no, I know that, but I'm just
the whole
saying,
U.S.
like,
is gone.
But you got to figure out, because at that point, you're not getting on a plane going nowhere. Your little SS Minnow not making it to anywhere across any ocean. So, I mean,
well, it's different. I mean, I'm on the Pacific, so I mean, it's a little easier for me to be able to coast down the coast of South America, or, you know, take my chances getting out to Hawaii because it's a little calmer. But y'all dealing with the Atlantic. You're not crossing the Atlantic in a little rowboat.
No. And, you know, I just hope, like, the the people who were underwater, the people of Atlantis, I hope I get some powers. You know, I hope whenever the radiation from the nukes hits me, you know, it, like, mutates me and I'm able to breathe underwater. I mean, I guess that's the best you can hope for.
Yeah. Oh, I want to throw some shout outs to everybody. My apologies. I normally say my shout outs to everybody. Shout out, I saw Warren hop in the building. Good to see Warren, one of your INN colleagues. Mr. Streets, Yipper, Cat 83, Jamin, was it Jamin 93?
83. Or no, 93.
93.
Yeah.
If I pronounced that correctly, I hope I did. A dingo ate me, baby. Let's see. Baba, of course. Hamza is enjoying that John Jones fight, so hopefully he's having fun out there. Miguel H. Lizzie, what's up, babe? Who else do I see? Tammy T. And then I know on the Rockfin side, I got our good trusty. Oh, wait a minute. There's Thomas also. Shout out to Thomas.
Denver's checking.
That's what you already know. I was about to Denver, the homie over there. Got Mona.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I was reading some of Denver's comments. Denver was talking about some of the stuff I was too, about, like, not just thinking about the war itself, the effects of the war, the famine, the disease, the starvation, all of the contamination, all this stuff. And Denver was talking about all those things. And that's, And yes, Yipper, I have these conversations with anybody, no matter political affiliation, because that's what people don't realize about me and Chris. We're not left or right. We don't align with anybody. We almost sit outside of the system.
Yeah.
Because we have such a low confidence in the system itself, we just kind of backed out. Oh shoot, my homie, my boy.
Well, that's the thing. Even as I look at it, to Marcus's point, right? As I look at it, there's far too many check boxes to check to be in either group, right? Because you can. If there's 10, right? If you check off 8, that's not sufficient enough. It has to be 10 out of 10 in order for you to agree. I mean, in order for you to be accepted onto either side of either wing. So I prefer not to label myself that way, because there's things on the left that I just find very goofy, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
And there's things on what we describe as the right that I find very goofy. So, and I think maybe Thomas said it earlier in the comments where he said there is no left. I've long thought that. Like the actual left, when you compare it to our ideas and what we have seen from the left in other countries, you look at the United States, there's people who talk left like, and that's real.
Well, that's what it is. It's talk. That's what it is.
And it's not even left like as in LIKE. Let me correct myself. It's left light, LITE, like light beer type shit. And also too, we talk about all these things.
Shoot.
Like even
another INN.
Yeah, probably. Is an abomination if you don't consider it deplorable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to agree that veganism is an abomination if you don't hear a deplorable. Yeah, it's always something like that. You know what I'm saying? The best you're gonna get here is, and
no.
Well, what he's saying is the best you'll get. I know we're not even getting to that.
No.
Collin, I have a question for you, Collin.
Yes, sir.
You said you're a teacher, right? I would assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that a lot of your colleagues, not necessarily your friends, right, or your social circle outside of work to that extent, your colleagues that you work with, those that would call themselves liberal or Democrats along those lines, do you find them to be the most, not the most, do you find them to be difficult to speak to about issues?
The ones that I've had political conversations with, I wouldn't say difficult, but there's definitely like a race/class divide with them, because I'll preface by saying I work in an affluent part of DC. Most of pretty much all of my colleagues, with a few exceptions, I'm the only Black male at my school currently. So just to kind of give you that context. So most of my colleagues are very well-to-do and white and doing well for themselves, basically, for the most part. Obviously there's going to be some exceptions in that, but so really the conversations I've had with a couple of people who are willing to go into politics, at least as far as conversations go, it's not so much the issues. They get the issues. It's more of the idea of them trying to wrap their brain around, especially when I bring up stuff in terms of, I'm in the same class as them, I guess you would say technically. But I don't necessarily associate myself as middle class, yeah, definitely. But like I would argue that many of them might be, classified as upper middle class, which I'm not, again, it's not to say I don't care necessarily where I fit, but I think in terms of my skin color, that puts me on a different trajectory than most of them. And so for them, it's like the idea of the issues that are prevalent to me as a Black man, they may not necessarily be able to wrap their head around. They might sympathize with it, but they don't quite get it, if that makes any sense at all. So, I know a lot of people in my circles that claim to be progressive, but these are the people who would also who basically voted for Biden. And so for me, it's kind of like and I remember, like during, I would say, I guess it would have to be Trump, because the last conversations that I had, that I remember vividly with people, was during the pandemic, during the lockdowns or whatever. The summer of 2020 in particular, the issues that I remember talking about my concerns for Biden, to them, they were just kind of like, does not compute with me because Trump bad. So they say, we definitely hear what you're coming from, but we have to vote for, first of all, they said we, and I'm like, don't put me in that. Like, there's no we, you. I already made a choice not to vote for Biden given his record, so you can vote for Biden if you choose to. But a lot of the issues, and I think especially regarding policing, in particular, was a concern of mine, because I tell people Nazis don't scare, not to say like I don't know any Nazis necessarily like around me, and they don't necessarily scare me, but the cops do, but for them, it's like they don't deal with that, or not have to deal with the idea like I could get stopped by a cop. And it's happened to me before. I've been stopped by a cop randomly for allegedly fitting the profile, quote unquote, of a crime or robbery that happened when I was living in Boston. And I remember vividly, this cop was going to roughhouse me, and if it wasn't for a drunk woman, because I was taking the subway home, if it wasn't for a drunk woman who was basically yelling at him, it wasn't me, I've been standing there for however long when this situation occurred, whatever, I don't know what that cop would have done to me. But situations like that I might say, which I kind of relate to Biden, they say, oh, they might sympathize with my personal plight, but I think in regards to larger issue as far as the Black community in terms of what Biden has done in terms of the crime bill, for example, we're talking about student loan debt, what Biden has done in relation to that, it didn't necessarily register, with them. But they would say, or they might say, oh yeah, I support Medicare for all, or, oh yeah, I support this progressive idea. But again, I think for them, it's just more like a theoretical thing for them, because at the end of the day, they're comfortable somewhat, not to say that they don't need it, but they're in a position of comfort, so it doesn't necessarily affect them than it would like somebody else. But most of my colleagues and all that to say avoid politics altogether. So I wouldn't necessarily have those conversations with them anyway. But
that's a good segue. I want to ask. We got two kind of like political stories that you know, one, you're in that area, so this one definitely is pertinent to you. I guess we'll talk about the fun ones. Well, both are fun. All right. Beetlejuice herself, as me and Chris and others love to call her, Lori Lightfoot.
Oh,
yes. We lovingly call her Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it took me a minute, but then I remember seeing a meme on Twitter about that. So I was like, okay, all right. It registered when she said it.
She is she's on her way out of office. And I was just wondering some of your thoughts on Lori Lightfoot, because she said that, and I know Chris is definitely gonna have some comments on this one, but she said that she believes she's being voted out because she is a openly black gay woman. And so I was just wondering, what are your thoughts on Lori Lightfoot, you know, being out and the reasonings why she's gone now?
So she throws two cards.
Yeah, she threw two cards.
I mean, I'm glad. You know, I think it's a question of who's going to replace her. You know, so given our political climate right now, it's probably not going to be someone better that's going to replace her in so many ways. But you know,
you
know, I'm glad she's getting the boot. But you know, I associate her in a way that I associate, you know, Mayor Bowser for me in DC. You know, like it's just a black face, happens to be a black woman who's in a position of privilege, who really isn't there. They're just puppets to me in terms of like whatever local establishment is, in Lori's case, in Chicago. Like she was there to fulfill an agenda for people who are higher than her. You know, she just fit the bill just in terms of.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it together on that one. I couldn't hold it together. Wow. He really went there. He really went there. Man.
This is why you can't have Warren going.
That's brutal.
Yeah. So for me, it's like, yeah, it's like what Dr. Cornell says, a black face in high place, you know, basically. So for me, it's just kind of like, okay, you know, whatever, because you're just a puppet anyway. You know, you serve establishment interests. So, you know, of course she's gonna say, you know, it's because I'm gay, it's because I'm a woman. Of course she's gonna say shit like that. Like, yeah, like, so it doesn't surprise me.
Conversely, couldn't you also just make the argument just to be an asshole and say, well, the only reason why you were elected is because you're gay and a woman? Like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So
yes, yes.
So you should be very careful with, you know,
I wouldn't say,
on
you know, I wouldn't say so much about her being gay. I mean, although especially in Democratic circles, that's definitely a perk.
Yeah, that's
at this point. But I think because, you know, I mean, especially for low information voters, and I hate saying this, especially within the black community, the idea of like you being a politician and you being black, that's kind of like, that carries a lot of power. You know, it does. So because it gives the impression like, oh, you understand us, you get our struggle, and like we should just vote you in because you're one of us. And it's like, you know, and especially being in DC, you know, I know a lot of these people, and it's like, and some of them I like, you know, like as an individual, but like as far as their politics, it's kind of questionable to me, because it's like they play Democratic elitism, I would say, because it's not, you know, they're not thinking in terms of, you know, what is good or what would be, you know, empowering for the communities that they would serve. It's a matter of what does the establishment, whatever that it means for them in their city or town, what do they want? And appealing to those interests versus what's going to make Black people, especially, you know, their lives better. So for me, you know, it's just kind of like, Lightfoot ain't any different from any Black mayor or. See, I'm trying to be serious. Like,
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm childish. I'm very childish.
No, you know what? No, like we gotta have fun at least. You know, like you gotta laugh at the pain sometimes. You know, but
Look, you know,
but you know, she ain't any different compared to any Black politician that I know. So
you know, it's just they keep finding the Democrats are doing really good at finding these politicians who, how can I say it? Like, you have to treat them with kid gloves. You have to be careful of what you say, right? Because everyone is so easily offended, and everyone takes things to heart. And one negative comment means like you want to destroy someone's gender, their race, you know, humans in general. So personally, I'm glad she's gone. I'm glad she's gone so she can go like cry somewhere else. Yeah, but I will miss the Twitter comments every time she made an appearance.
Right. Yeah, you know, but at the end of the day, you know, unfortunately, you know, like she's part of the capitalist machine, and that's firmly in place, you know, Chicago. So they're just going to get another puppet, more likely. Or I guess the favorite right now is a public school teacher. I forgot his name right now. Like he seems to be, I forget his name.
I think it's Johnson or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Some generic black.
So like he seems to be well liked, but again, you know, you're talking about again personalities versus the system, and if you're not dealing with the system, then not much is going to change. So it really doesn't matter who is in there, you know, like
just look up who,
you know, like either you do what the establishment tells you to do in order to keep your job, or you're out. So, you know, so yeah,
I think her, like everybody's trying to say, oh, well, it's because crime actually went up, and she said she was going to stop crime. That ain't what it is, because crime has continuously been going up and down in Chicago for decades, no matter who's in charge.
Right.
Well, keep in mind that is probably where, look, and keep in mind the Midwest, and Marcus, the Midwest right now is probably the hub for most of the cartels now, right? It's not Cali, it's not Florida, it's not New York at the moment, right? So to the extent that all the quote crime you're seeing, you know, if you really want to do your detective work, a lot of it is tied to the drug game. You know what I mean? And of course, we know who's actually bringing in the drugs. We can say we can put it on the cartels all we want, but clearly they can't get here without greasing certain palms. right? And the greasing of the palms probably goes all the way, all the way up.
Yeah, another thing about it there is I do believe like her response during the pandemic, it really like pissed a lot of people off. She was very hardcore. She was just like Jacinda Ardern down there in was it New Zealand? She was
clearly there was and to that point, Marcus, there was clearly a playbook put out by the Democratic Party from their bosses to them, and they had to go and execute the plan. And you can see it in most of the cities with Democrat mayors, governors. They was all on that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
This is why
it was a backlash.
And in part of that's why DeSantis became so popular. That alone, right there, enough made him okay, he'll follow some of it, but he won't go to the extent that these other people are going to. And in some cases, he even made it look like he was fighting back. Notice I said made it look like, right? Because ultimately they still pushed the policies and allowed mandates and shit like that and had their other shutdown. So it wasn't all perfect, but it just wasn't as extreme as it was in the Democratic cities.
Wow, I didn't know about this. Denver says over here, she was telling folks she'd throw some people. I wasn't gonna show the clip. I think everybody's seen that clip. She was telling folks she'd throw them in jail for not wearing masks. And she rose the bridges during the BLM protests, so they could not cross the river and exert pressure. She pissed off. That's what I'm saying. She pissed off a lot of people, and when you literally pissed off, you already know as a Democrat, you're going to piss off the left. I mean, not the left. I mean the right. You're already going to piss off regular Republicans. On the state level, you could still do some things which the libertarian strand of the right might like, the marijuana, some of the other stuff, but the pandemic stuff was a big no-no for them. You take the whole entire, you united the right against you on that front. Then the left flank, you pretty much were against them. You had problems with the teachers unions. You had problems with everybody. It wasn't just like, oh well.
Notice who notice who she was having problems with. It wasn't like it's the working class
and the youth. The youth was brutal too.
Right. So as far as the establishment, she was fine. Like.
Marcus, fix it for me. I hit the button by accident. Oh,
yeah.
Thanks.
So she didn't piss off the establishment. She did their bidding. It's a working class that she pissed off, and then ultimately, they made their statements heard in terms of giving her the boot. So, so I think that shows, the power that the working class does have, and that what we're able to do if we're able to come together in a way that, is more fruitful, But again, the larger issue, which no one doesn't talk about too much, is the system. You can change the character and the actor all you want, but if the system doesn't change, then nothing is going to necessarily fundamentally change for the people, even though they ousted out one bad apple, supposedly, from this. So,
wow, good one. Let's jump over to another female Democrat. Actually, you know what? For good measure,
you see your man. Speaking of Democrats, you see your man Jamal Bowman rapping the other day.
I refuse to watch anything of that sort.
I saw the clip and I was just like, I know he's from New York, and I know he grew up there, so he's a fan of the music, right? We'll get that out the way. But Yo, let me tell you, these Democrat black politicians, they do more acting and tap dancing in the 21st century than they probably did in the 19th century. This shit is, honestly, it's bad to just watch them. You know what I'm saying? The whole squad and all the squad adjacent people and all the people who, you know, reach out to them, take pictures with it's pathetic. You know, as a black
It's
person
pathetic,
too.
and but you know who concerns me more, because you know Bowman has proven himself to be like a clown. You know, we've been known this, so like Maxwell Frost concerns me more.
I want to do it.
Yeah, no, we're
like,
not doing it. Yipper's like, don't do that.
Yeah,
we're not showing that rapping.
No, but Maxwell Frost, the guy who is playing the drums, you know, he's a congressman based in Orlando area. He scares me more because one, he's only 25 years old, so he's young. And I reported on this, I think now maybe 2 or 3 months ago now. Glenn Greenwald tweeted out, which I covered on INN News, that he basically fucked over the Palestinian community in Orlando to ensure he won the Congress seat. So, and then he has ties with Richie Torres, who we know is, you know, Semper APAT. So basically, he's already learned or / being groomed to fuck over the working class, and in this case, the Palestinian class, for his own means. You know, if he's learned this already, that makes him dangerous. And the thing is, because he's going to be around, play his cards right, he's going to be around for a long time. You know, so you can argue with Bowman. Like, I think he's so much of a goofball that I can't imagine him being around for too long. Like Mondale Jones, like they redrew his district, and you know, he basically got ousted. And I could imagine with Bowman, he might be a similar fate. You know, like in due time, we'll see. But with Frost, you know, like I've said this on stream, like if I ever see that cat anywhere in DC, I'm going to go after him, you know, because they make it like, oh, he's the Gen Z congressman, he's cool, like he's in the concerts, he's hip, he's a millennial, and like all this kind of bullshit, you know, to try and appease.
And that's what I'm saying. I used to get offended by it. Now that I understand it for what it is fully, I'm not offended by it. But it's every single black person that they put in office has to be they got to tap dance. Literally, they got to they have to have an entertainment component to them. And that even extends to the AOC even. You know, she's in New York, she talk one way. She go down south in the church, she talks a totally different way, right? That New Yorkers, you know, you got to fake that shit, right? It's all the time. If they not dancing, they singing, they just always doing the goofy shit.
They're doing the most and not doing the most, but in the wrong way in terms of.
And it's the 21st century, you know, and unfortunately, this shit still works on your parents, on Marcus's parents, on my parents to a certain extent, right? And our uncles and aunts. It still works for that generation, you know, for that like probably late 50s to like 70, 80-year-old. It still works. That representation shit still matters.
That's why, you know, like, again, when I mentioned, you know, as far as black voters, especially low income, I think like the younger you get, the more savvy you are, especially with the internet, you know, watching shows like ours. People are more, I think the younger you are, you're more up on the game and the fuckery of it. So you're a little bit more cynical about it. But like for the boomer generation, like, you know, like they buy into that shit easily. You know, like, oh, you're black, you know, like you're one of us, so I'll definitely vote for you and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, like that's why you see a lot of politicians, you know, especially black politicians, they be up in these churches, you know, because who nowadays who attends church is usually older people, usually older black women. So, you know, you go to the church, you know, and like you say your spiel, whatever, and you're gonna get.
And that's, you know, and since you mentioned that, you know, I do want to go a little bit further in, not too much, but to the extent that they target black women, it's to the point now you can't find a black man on television who is not a goofy for the Republican Party to be any type of critical towards the Democrats.
Well,
almost every single black woman you find on TV is pro-Democrat Party, and you can't tell her shit. You know what I'm saying? There's no, you know, there's mild criticisms, not even mild, they're getting light, L-I-T. It's light criticisms.
Right.
You know, it's like, why don't you speak up more? Or, you know, why don't you stand up straighter? Never anything of value, right? So that's something else that the ruling class has done within our community to bring about division.
Yeah. So, you know, that's why, you know, especially, and no offense to any, well, I'll take that back. All the offense in the world. Like, especially if you're a black politician, I'm going to, like, you know, I'm going to give you more of a side eye. Because, you know, unless you're able to kind of prove your record to me, you know, in terms of what have you done, I would argue locally to kind of prove your worth in terms of you having higher office. And it's kind of like, I don't buy into the bullshit of, you know, like you being share my shade or whatever, that you're going to work in my interests, because most of the time you won't. So, so yeah, I mean, I'm just, and call me cynical or whatever. I just feel like, again, I'm just more of a realist in that regard. You know, like I grew up, you know, just outside New York. So it's just kind of like, I grew up in the mentality of trust no one unless they prove to you that, you know, they're trustworthy, you know? So that's just kind of the way I kind of look at it in politics as well. I don't have to give you any praise or whatever unless you prove your worth. And
the first major, I was going to say the first major sign before we even get into, like, you know, what they have done for their community locally, right, is if you're running for office and you decide to run as a Democrat, right there, I'm not even giving you the time.
Right. So yeah, it's because, like,
if you don't get it in 2023, that, you know, these are private institutions that do what they want to do, and they give us how should we say, they give us a false picture to make us think like this is like a public party that does the bidding of the people who vote for them, right? Because we know they don't work for us, they just collect from us.
Right. So yeah, you know, but I'm basically a proponent of, I really feel like I'm of the position of, if you're going to be in like higher positions of power like Congress or whatever, I feel like you should do a few years on a local level first. Like if you are, you know, like councilman or mayor or whatever else, and like do that, you know, on the ground, you know, just kind of doing that work before, you know, because then like you can build a track record in terms of like people are able to see what you've been able to do on the local level and think about, okay, you're able to do this. How would that translate, you know, on the state and federal level? Most of the time, many of these politicians have not done that kind of work. You know, they usually just go in with the money, like usually they're privileged and have money anyway, or they just set themselves up in like, you know, like whether it be through law or like whatever means, you know, it's again like more in these elite circles where they feel like, oh, I'm just going to go into politics or whatever, have no mindfulness in terms of what their communities need, especially low income communities. No concept of, you know, like really debating your ideas in terms of trying to bring people over to your side. You know, like, yeah, it's just like a lot of these mediocre clowns who are just going in for the benefit of themselves in the guise of, oh, I'm going to do stuff for you, but there's no track record to kind of say, you know, like they're trustworthy to be in the positions that you're in. Like Jamal Bowman, you know, the fact that like he was a principal, like I'm kind of like, really? Like, honestly, like, you know, you would think that he'd be pushing for issues regarding me as a teacher. And it's like, he really doesn't do that. So, you know, so it's kind of like, you know, so yeah, but I don't know. But going back to Lori, glad she's gone. But like I said, they're going to get another puppet to replace her. So.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, well, I wanted to show some of these headlines about Marianne Williamson.
Hey, just don't show that Bowman video though.
I wouldn't. I've long like I don't pay attention to any of those people. I've long like they're irrelevant. I just criticize them all. So, but even what you said about
speaking of teachers, watch for what happens down here to the teachers union. You know, they got a mean right hook coming.
Well, I was gonna say, even with, you know, like I can't even say, well, if you run in a political party, well, the way the system is set up, you can't win unless you're in a political party.
Right.
So if it's any kind of like national politics or, you know, well, national politics, if you're trying to be senator, now maybe if you're in a state house, if you're going for governor or mayor, well, I don't even think governor. I say maybe mayor. And that's if you're in a smaller state.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking about mayor of like New York or LA or, you know, DC mayor, no, forget about it. But you can be mayor of, I don't know, Minneapolis, and you know, and it's not, you know, you don't have to be a part of a political party. But I kind of wanted to hear some of the thoughts on Marianne Williamson. I wanted to go because we kind of touched on a little bit about one of her surrogates, and I kind of came to the conclusion. For those in the audience, be happy. I'm not going to reach out to her about an interview. So for those who are worried about that, so this is just some of the headlines from NBC News. Marianne Williamson announces another long shot presidential bid. Let's see, what's some other ones? Marianne officially launches 2024 presidential campaign. You know, so these are some of either it's the generic one. She launches a presidential campaign, or she launches a long shot presidential campaign. Another I saw like well, this one says Democrats are open to ditching Biden. That's partially why I think that she is running. She knows that there's a possibility a strong possibility that he is not going to be running in 2024. And if, for one, I guess two-part question. Thoughts on Marianne Williamson and thoughts on if Biden, if you agree or disagree or think it's a good possibility that Biden might not be running in 2024.
So what I think of Marianne, I don't.
You don't. Nope.
I don't, like, and I've seen online, people are like, oh, she's not, like, don't care about her quite so much. But people are like, but at least she gets to talk about the issues on the left and bring them onto the debate stage and all this kind of stuff. You're saying that assuming she's going to get on the debate stage to begin with.
Thank you.
Like
you had Bernie Sanders on the debate stage for 2 cycles,
who pretty much said the same stuff that Marianne is saying. The only thing that is different about Marianne is that she's pro reparations, which to me is pandering, personally, as a black man. Like,
well, she knows even if she got elected on that, she wouldn't have to put it into place.
Right.
Because with the black community, no matter what you tell the black community that you'll do, you don't have to follow through on it.
Right. So,
and there's always a built-in excuse. Oh, we don't have the numbers. The Republicans in the House or Senate, the Supreme Court.
I said this on Twitter last week. Reparations is not, and I think I said this in response to kind of your stream that you did with JB and Savvy, I believe, last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Like, reparations is not happening under capitalism. It's not happening.
I don't think it's happening at all. I mean, even if
it's not happening. No, with our current system, no, it's not happening. Like, if we move to a socialist system, then maybe, we probably have a better shot.
You really let me keep it 1,000%.
Hey, Ruby,
you really feel like that with black people being roughly 13% of the population, that even if it got to the socialists or whatever, that I look at the leftist circles and it's still not even, it's not even above 50-50 that still would support that. So what that tells me is if that was left in the hands of predominantly white people, who would be deciding on this, and which more than likely it still would be predominantly white people, how many of them would even be literally for actually doing reparations? I mean, there's a lot of people who say it.
It's funny you said that because I interviewed, again, Penny Hurst, who's white, who is a chairperson of the African People's Solidarity Committee, part of Uhuru. She is for reparations. And I asked her that question, like, you're white. Like, what? And, like, how does that get by, in terms of you being a white woman? And basically, and I think it'd be worth, we have a clip of the interview up on our, on INN right now, for those of you who want to watch it. But she basically said, she doesn't work, she's not working by herself. Like, she's working below, like, basically she's under the means of the Uhuru leadership, i.e. Chairman Omali Yeshitela, so I'm not saying it can't happen, but I think
I'm saying you gotta depend on a lot of white people to make that to happen still.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say like even that. We as black people need to get it together ourselves first. We need to start there first, because there's some of us who don't want reparations, for ourselves, so that's an issue right then and there.
For me, that's just bizarre.
But I think the idea for me, especially, being, and I'm going to speak more on being a black immigrant, being that
I was going to say, but you wouldn't get no money if
No, I mean, I'll say, like, here's the thing. I'll say this, though, and I think, but I think you guys talked about this over the weekend, like, and this is my issue with ADOS in particular, is that, like, they, not all, but many kind of associate reparations as an African American thing, you know, that's specific to America. You know, it wasn't the Americans that shipped us off from Africa. You know, if you go in any of your lineages, you know, who sent you here? Or like in the Caribbean or whatever. It was the British, it was the Spanish, it was the French, it was the Dutch, you know, so for me, in terms of reparations, this is not really an African American thing. This is just a Black thing, period. And so for me, it's the idea of, look, I'll say this. Am I going to get reparations here in terms of, you know, what you're talking about here? No. But I'm going to be in solidarity with African Americans to ensure that you get it, you know, because...
Well, I hear what you're saying, but it would be hard to get Denmark to pay people in America when they're not under...
well, I'm not even, but no, that's why I'm saying as far as being in the diaspora, like that's where we kind of need to align and realize. And Marcus, you've seen, like, I know the pyramid that you've shown Sabby, I've used that all the time, you know, because I've had a lot, like, because I think really, personally, I think we look at reparations incorrectly in terms of thinking about like, oh, politicians are not for it, or the Supreme Court is not going to go for it, whatever. But that's not the big boss when it comes to reparations. Like, the key is, if you look at us, if you look at the Caribbean, if you look at Europe, if you look at Africa, the key is the banks, because they're at the top of the pyramid.
Yeah, but
they're the ones that are responsible. Like, and I'll give you this an example. Very recently, within the last couple of months, like, Holland gave like an apology to the Black community, like in Suriname and a couple of like the Dutch colonies in the Caribbean, regarding, you know, like their role in the slave trade or whatever. And like, which many activists was like, bullshit, like not good enough just to apologize, demanded reparations, but they were targeting the monarchy. You know, when you saw when Queen Elizabeth II passed away in England, like back in September, you know, there was a lot of calls, especially among the Black community, you know, like especially within the diaspora. They were calling out the monarch, they were calling out the royal family, being like, okay, where's our reparations now? Which to me is exactly who you should be targeting, because it's not the politicians that are responsible for that. That's the big banks.
But that's where I have to stop. That's where I have to stop you at. Each country is different. The British government was the royal family was the government for most of those Caribbean states. So therefore, they were the ones who were reaping the benefits from it. The Americans were reaping the benefits from slavery in the continental America. Now, my standpoint on reparations is everybody in the diaspora needs to get it, and get it from everybody who was aligned. But you can't seek it directly from a bank. I mean, the banks are literally not going to do nothing. You would have to go through the government to put that enforcement on. So that's where I've like, and some people say, well, it's about division, because I saw somebody say that. It's not about division. Well, here, I'll put it this way. You're always going to have that divide and that bitterness if that's never addressed. So you're going to have that divide no matter what. If you don't fix it, it's always going to be a divide.
Right.
It's always going to be a bitterness when you have people who literally have built up whole nations in America, Great Britain, Denmark, Spain, Portugal. Groups of people have built up these nations and then sit at the bottom of the societies in them and felt no recompense from what was taken from them. There's always going to be bitterness left over if you do nothing to deal with it. So for people who say, well, you just got to get past reparations, or I got to push back against what you said, Chris, about like, well, going and begging to other people for this. It's not about begging for something or a handout. It's about if I owed you money, Chris, you loaned me $100,000, and I said, "Fuck it, I'm not going to pay you." You're going to want your $100,000. It's about what's owed.
Right.
It's about you have
and I think, but I think a lot of it. I think the other thing is generally, not always, but I think
that's why I say it's never going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to say it's never going to happen. Well, two things. As I said, I don't think it's not going to happen under capitalism. Absolutely not. But what I do think should be happening is, yeah, I mean, given like different countries and different regions in the diaspora, like every region has its unique needs, you know, you could say. So I think, you know, that also has to kind of take into account, you know, in terms when we talking about reparations, especially on a global scale in pertinence to being a part of the African diaspora. But that being said, because here's the thing, with other races, like who might be dispersed throughout the world, if they want something, like look at the Chinese. If they want something for their people and they're all over the fucking place, they're going to come together and get what they want. Like black people,
But the difference with Chinese people is you have people who, for one, they know, okay, boom, I trace back to China. I trace back to this is a government. And therefore, China does advocate on behalf of their people when they're in other countries. So just the same thing, Japan does the same thing, like in Brazil. If there's any kind of problems, a lot of people don't know, Japanese has the second highest, Brazil had, I think it's Rio specifically, has the second highest Japanese population. They will push back for it. Since you had people during the slave trades, majority of them don't know which country they even go back to. So how could Ghana or Benin or Cameroon really advocate for people when they don't even know who they're advocating for?
Right. I think, Marcus, you bring up a good point in terms of, you know, there's a lot that needs to be considered in terms of reparations for us. Like, I happen to take DNA testing, and I know, like, I obviously don't know, you know, names of my ancestors past my great grandparents, but I do know, like, ancestrally where I'm from, you know, mostly in West Africa. You know, I'm sure.
What was it? Ghana, I think you said.
Actually, there's a possibility that I may have some Ghanaian in me, you know, with a branch of my family tree that I haven't figured out yet. But it's mostly Nigerian.
That makes sense.
Like mostly Nigerian, which makes sense given for me.
The slave, you know, most people don't know that. And so, most people in diaspora literally came from like 5 countries.
Right. So, you know, so I think one, the larger issue, I think, should be a matter of people getting DNA tested, which, and I feel like, and when we talk about reparations, I feel that West Africa in particular should be a part of that conversation. Now, I know there are talks within the African community of...
You're talking about as far as paying reparations too?
Maybe, or at least...
Because I would, because me personally, they're on the hook because they did the rounding up
for
a lot
me,
of the time.
Like, me being of Nigerian descent, which I'm able to prove in my DNA, I should have the right to get a Nigerian passport. Like, I shouldn't have to get a visa in order to travel to my ancestral home. I have a birthright in Nigeria that I have to, like, so that's just something I thought about. It's like,
what about for me? Just speaking of my descent that comes out of Africa. I have Nigerian. I have, I believe Ghana. I have, I believe Benin and Togo also.
Right.
So I have all 3. I have these 3. Which one would I say would be a homeland?
Well, here's the thing. You're thinking in terms of countries, and I think, thanks to the Berlin Conference, they fucked that. Like the Germans fucked up Africa in terms of that's why you have to think of yourself more in a tribe, because tribes are generally a lot more nomadic and are and a little more expansive, especially in West Africa. That's so when I say Nigeria, it's not necessarily some
I know
what Nigeria like if you but like I as far as tribally, I'm Igbo, Yoruba, both Igbo and Yoruba.
I believe I'm Bantu. So,
right.
more Bantu.
So like and given my Nigerian side is from my dad's side, so given that's for me personally, like given obviously with his DNA, that's the strongest right now. Like I associate more like with Nigeria. That's like why on Twitter I have my Nigerian name Ogbonna as part of my handle, because it's a way for me. That name was given to me when I knew of that, and actually Nigerian elders gave me that name, so it's a way for me to reclaim something in my way of something that was lost, that I'm just incorporating as part of my identity and reconnection to the continent. So, but I think there's a lot that we need to talk about in regards to.
Oh yeah, this will be a fun discussion to.
It will. I do, but I'll say this basically. Like this conversation should not be limited to just African Americans. No, I would love to have it. I would love to have the conversation like with different Black.
Yeah, I would like to have some Caribbean.
I want to have Caribbean people represented. I want to have Black people from Europe represented. I want to have Black people from Africa represented. Like those are the discussions that we need to be having, and we don't, because again,
we're gonna work on that. We're gonna get that conversation.
So like, and I've talked to Savvy and JB about this, and I want to see that happen at some point. Having like a conversation, like if we're able to get like different experts as far as reparations. But I want to broaden it out in terms of bringing different people in from different regions within the diaspora to kind of talk about it, because I think there's a lot of information that can be shared. CARICOM has a list of demands as far as reparations for the Caribbean, which I'm sure people do not necessarily know, so I think for us, first thing, I think we kind of need to kind of get the idea of like, what are we demanding? What do we want? Like, and what is it going to look like in terms of what can reparations look like in the States versus what it would look like in the Caribbean versus what it would look like in South America? What would that look like in Africa? What would it look like in Europe? And somehow try and make sense of that, so that I feel like if we kind of talk about it, there's going to be commonalities between, regardless of what region that you're in. But I think we need to start there first, is stop thinking about reparations, just for me personally, like in terms of something that's just an African American thing. And
for me, and for my audience, they know this. Whenever I talk about reparations, I never look at it as only for the Americas. I look at it in a global context.
Yeah, and I think, and I think that's kind of where I kind of get frustrated, as a Black immigrant, because it's like,
I definitely feel like the Irish and British and Spanish and Portuguese need to be brought into this also. Denmark, Germany, all of them need to be brought into the conversation.
Marcus, I was going to say, I think one of the two, we tend to focus on the monetary.
That too, right? Exactly, that too.
And what does that amount look like You know,
Well,
I was going to say one thing. How about like like no costs for housing? And then I was going to say what Yipper said too, the taxes. I mean, that would go a long way, because really what would our people have had more of? We would have had more land, more property, more real estate, right?
Right.
So and you know, that's a good way to build wealth, right? Leaving stuff.
Well,
leaving.
I think
those
that
things
also.
behind.
I was gonna say, I think that also might be more palatable for white people to stomach, seeing, you know, the taxes and maybe houses versus seeing, you know, lump sums of cash.
Right.
I
And
think
I think
that makes it harder
yeah,
for a lot of non you know, people that are not of the diaspora.
Right. No, I totally agree with you. Like, and I feel like the way we describe, and this is kind of like what I get frustrated with Black media, especially in terms of how they define reparations, is basically cut the check, which money should be a part, but that should not be the encompassing part of reparations. Reparations is basically economic empowerment for Black people to return what was stolen from us. Doesn't necessarily mean money. It, as you said, it means wealth, which is very different than like just giving us a check. You know, like that could be in terms of education. That could look like in terms of, you know, real estate. That could look like in terms of, you know, economic, like business growth. That could be in terms of the ability to travel. You know, like as I said, you know, like we should have access to Africa without necessarily having a visa. You know, like, you know, like I shouldn't have to apply for a visa to go home. You know, so like trade, like better trade among the diaspora, like, and not having to go through Europe in order to get shit. You know, like, so I just feel like it's a part of a bigger conversation than just giving out checks. And I think
well, can I respond to that one for Gemma? Because here's one thing that I want to put out there. I know a lot of different political leanings of most of the people, and I put it this way: I feel what a lot of people do that's wrong is they don't factor in that there's different levels of capitalism. There's such thing as mixed economies. There's all of this stuff. And a lot of times they say capitalism and they just throw this blanket, all this is capitalism, that's capitalism. What we have here in this country, we have what's called laissez-faire capitalism, which is different from a mixed economy and forms of capitalism. And so here's the thing. If you did go to any form of outright communism or whatever, that's going to have its flaws to it also. Make no mistake about it. So thinking that of getting rid of capitalism as a whole, or capitalism putting all the blame under the umbrella of capitalism, is a wrong understanding, first and foremost. Because if you look back to the 20s, you had a lot of Black people who were doing perfectly well in their communities under capitalism. They just had to deal with racism and all this other stuff. Right. So it's not even about the ideology or the ideological systems. It's about how these systems are being wielded. And so, like I used to tell people when I was more political, I would have been more of a democratic socialist. I believed in a little bit of capitalism, but strong safety nets, healthcare, all of these different things like that. Because you still do. How do you run a business? How do you run a business at all without some form of capitalism? Are you saying that literally everything is just going to be government run? That means how do you decide that? Let's say, for instance, you have an idea about, ooh, I want to sell ice cream in this different way, or I want to make cakes. How would you couldn't do a business like that under communism. You couldn't, because everything would have to be under the state. I don't think people understand that when they start going into this, well, everything is just capitalism, or just throw capitalism completely away. I'm saying there needs to be a mix. Everything in life is about balance. You can't go all the way one way or all the way the other way. There has to be balance.
Well, Marcus, even within
I
the
was going to say, Ruby, I still am going to answer your question that I saw up there.
I was going to say, even within the confines of the current system, right, to the comment about they just want to be capitalists, it's funny, and I said this before here, the group that most...
I'll be right back.
The group that is loudest about... The group that is loudest about financial reparations, monetary payments, they're the ones saying it should only be for the American descendants of slaves. So you're going to get all this money. You're going to start all of this. You're going to start all of these businesses, but you've alienated and sectioned yourself off from the diaspora that lives in the same country as you, and theoretically, who you would want their support from financially for whatever product or service you put into the market. So it already seems as if they're just looking at the money, and then they shooting themselves in the foot trying to run a race.
Right.
So these are things that
And
I
then
don't think they're fully thinking about.
Yeah, and like I said, I've had conversations with people being like, oh, we love the idea that you support for us. This is for, again, with African Americans. Like, oh, we love the idea that you're wanting to be in solidarity for us, as far as reparations, but you go off and do your own thing for your own countries, and you will take care of our stuff here, which I don't believe should be happening. Like, as I said, there are, and I think, again, if we were to kind of look at, first of all, what our demands are in terms of what would reparations look like, you're going to find some common stuff, I'm sure, within the diaspora that I think collectively we should be able to demand for, but again, we're not having those conversations at all. But again, as I think we've been saying, it's not just about money here. Like, it's about the idea of like,
well, and I'm gonna I want to answer our buddy over there, Mad Crab. The only problem even if you do that in the co-ops, what happens when you have somebody who comes into the co-op who is not going to put the equal amount of effort in with everybody else? Then you're going to create bitterness and division in there. What happens when you have an idea what you just want to do on your own? You then have a problem. And so that's my point that I try to put out. None of these systems that everybody thinks is some kind of one size fits all, and if you just do this, it solves all the problems. No matter what system you have, you are going to have problems. And so thinking that if you just switched over to this form of socialism or this form of capitalism, everything just all goes away. That's just not how it works. Oh, and let's see. That's right. Let's see. Ruby had a question for me back here. It says, Marcus, what do you think reparations should look like, and to whom? All Black people in this country? Well, for one, I still believe in the Native Americans. Some of the lesser tribes still owe that are there still owe things. So I would say that they need to be factored in. This is saying in a perfect world, if I just had the option to choose. We also would need to calculate how much each nation made off of the various things which they've made money off the banks, off of the land, off of, X, Y, and Z. And it needs to be all taxed accordingly. So does some of it need to go into building up education? Yes. Does some need to go into land? Yes. Does some need to go into some of these grants which people have been trying to work on? Does some need to go into all the health problems that we have? There's a lot of things where you have a whole community that's been disenfranchised for a very long time. Need to be repaired. Yes, because another thing people don't realize is trauma is literally passed down. And so if you had ancestors who went through all these traumas and have these fears, that you don't have to experience it yourself to have these same anxieties upon you. So if it's up to me, literally every nation which benefited from it would have to pay for it. Because if you look at the world we're literally living in right now, I know people, but there was slavery in Persia way back then. Okay, but we're not living in that. We're not living in the effects of that. We are all in this world now living off the effects of the transatlantic slave trade because the European nations all got wealthy from it. In fact, what led them to even being able to do it in the first place is the wealth which was yanked out of somebody like a Mansa Musa. From that wealth that was garnered, allowed them to be able to do the things which they've done now and to be able to colonize the whole damn world. And so that needs to, a certain level of balancing needs to be brought back to the world as a whole. And so then you don't have any more, hegemony. You don't have one nation sitting at the top controlling everything. Then you have more of an equality within nations. And so you don't have to worry about, well, they find rare earth minerals in, like, for instance, recently in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Iran now has to worry about other nations coming in and trying to take those things. If you had more of that balance, then you wouldn't have to worry about any of those things. Because each nation would be able to have their own legit sovereignty without manipulation from the outsides, like what's going on now. You literally have the Western powers all through Africa, all through South America, all through Asia, messing with their elections, subverting their governments, all of these things. And the transatlantic slave trade is what made all that possible.
Right. Right. So, yeah, I think just overall, like, this is a big and nuanced topic that I think, which, going back to Marianne, the fact that I think in what we're able to kind of pull from reparations just now, I think within the last half hour, I don't expect Marianne to. So,
yeah,
so the idea of her being pro reparations,
it's going to be $15,000 checks,
right? Without necessarily going through, and like I said, like, we just kind of proved, like, we just tapped the surface, basically, But I think, again, she's thinking more. My guess is she's thinking more in terms of African Americans, in terms of reparations for them.
But
she's not thinking about someone like me.
But my mentality is, even though I would not stop pushing on the fight for reparations. Say that they did pass in America and they make everybody in America happy with it.
Right.
It would be our obligation to make sure that our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora were made whole also.
Right. And yeah, exactly. So for me, even like if a miracle happens and African Americans somehow get reparations, look, that will spark off something with everywhere else in the world. Like, it'll be like, oh, the Caribbean, oh, they're able to get it. Where's ours? So that's why I feel like we have to be more united in our approach, especially being within the diaspora, because a win for one would be a win for all, but then we're able to push more if one of us happens to get it first, or something, or at least a win, whether how big or whether it's little, in terms of making that push forward towards reparations. But we gotta know what each other is doing, basically, which we don't. So, so I think, like, as we said, this is part of a larger conversation.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have this conversation again, and we're gonna dedicate a whole show just to talking about this, and I'll work out to see when you got the time, and I don't know, we'll try to get some other people involved in this conversation too, because I do want all the people throughout the diaspora who would have a stake in this to be able to have their voice heard and to be able to represent the perspectives of all the different people throughout the diaspora.
Right.
I'm a little more cynical with it, right? Because to me, it looks as if, people are waking up, right? To use woke, whatever. people are waking up on some level to the fuckery that is the Democratic Party and that is the Republican Party, and starting to view them as one and the same as opposed to two different things. With that being said, though, for the people who have not made that jump yet, if you are lukewarm on the Democrats, you've been giving them a chance, you've been supporting them, and you're just you're at the end of the rope where you're like, well, you know what? And again, this is as Black people, right? All right, they're not doing nothing for me. I think I'm gonna leave this party. All of a sudden, reparations gets mentioned. That's going to make you stop and just at the very least entertain some of what they're going to say.
Right.
Because look,
which is why someone like Marianne.
And we've been at this since Reconstruction. Since Reconstruction, that's the 1800s. That, you know, the Black people in this country have been trying to get something, 40 acres and a mule back then, right? So it's now in this latest go round of the discussion for them to say, oh, I support reparations, and not even like reference any fucking plan that's out there. Just to choose one and just be like, well, look, you know what? I was reading this one here, and this one seems like it's pretty good. You know what I'm saying? Not even to do that, to come and say, oh, I support reparations, and then to do the bullshit and be like, well, yeah, I'm for committees. We can talk. And it's like there's plans out there that have existed for a long time. You mentioned CARICOM. You mentioned I can't remember the organization in the West Indies that's pushing
Chris, we can come back to it later though.
But
we're not going to forget it, Chris.
Like I will say this, like for Marianne, like from what I know Savvy has said, like Marianne has actually done some research on reparations. I know she's connected with Sandy Garrity, who, you know, who's an expert. Like he's based in University of North Carolina, who's done extensive work on reparations. So I know she had. So I think a lot of what she says regarding reparations is from him. So I'll give her some credit there in terms of. I don't want to give her too much credit, but like I'll give her some in terms of, you know.
Yeah, she's a politician. You're supposed to be a little smart and sharp, right?
But again, like, but as you were saying, that's what makes her very dangerous in terms of being like, and this is why I'm very much against her running in the Democratic Party. Because she's going to do what Bernie did in terms of, you know, oh, I'm for reparations. She's going to sheep herd a lot of Black people who are now disenchanted with the process, especially being a Democrat, you know, like, and I'm not even going to give it that much credit because I'm sure she's not going to get that far anyhow. But like best case scenario, she'll be able to sheep herd Black people back into the Democratic Party, you know, especially if some of them start talking, as you said, you know, like some of them start talking about reparations a little bit more. Whereas I feel like that has to come from, one, that should be from outside the duopoly, number one. And two, we don't want reparations to be co-opted by these white supremacists, basically. Which is more of a reason why we need to unite and kind of determine within not just here, but within the diaspora, what does reparations entail? You know, so that we can make that stand as far as like, this is what we are demanding as far as reparations is this, and this things. You know, we don't want a white person basically kind of dictating that for us. So. And right now, I feel like there is no unity in that. I think especially, you know, like, I wouldn't, like, remove me out of it. I'm not sure if there's any unity as far as reparations among African Americans here that can even make the case for it. So unless that happens, you know, I'm very wary of someone like Marianne who says I'm going to promote reparations on a debate stage, and it may or may not necessarily be tied to what we are asking for as far as the demand that she and the Democratic Party can just co-opt, or in a danger of co-opting for their means. That will take the wind out of the sails of something that could be a little bit more radical on our end.
Yeah. I don't think she. It's always the possibility, but I think she's not gonna ever get over a certain amount of polling numbers anyway.
No, I mean, but still wary of her though, just given that, because she is going to get her name out there a little bit, and I think especially among white left circles, a lot of these white leftists aren't for reparations either.
Yep.
So so it's like they want us to rah for their issues or issues that affect all of us, but I don't necessarily see that same rah when it comes to issues such as reparations or issues that are pertinent within the Black community. So more of a reason I get, even for us, especially with our friends, quote unquote, on the left, or allies, or whatever you want to call them, is we got one, call this out, but two, being like, we ain't gonna do shit for you guys if you're not going to, be in solidarity with this. But I think that's what we have to kind of define, and being like, you can promote our message, but we don't want you to kind of overtake our message either, because the reality is, unfortunately, we are going to need. Well, I don't want to say we need them, but it's more of a place for us to get our act together as Black people, in terms of what should reparations look like, speaking from an African American's perspective of what should that entail, should the demands be, and go from there.
Then we just got to wonder when we do get it right. We have to wonder when we do get it right, what's going to happen then? Is it going to be the citizens who come fuck the shit up like they did in Tulsa? Or is it going to be the state like they did in Philadelphia with the bombs, right?
Right.
It seems like every single time we get on our own and we get going, they just don't like
but
it.
I think, but I think that's the thing, is that, and I think we don't think about this in terms of when we strategize politically, is that we have and that's what, our education doesn't teach us this really, but I think that's why we need to kind of look at our revolutionary ancestors and see what they did and learn from what they might have missed, and kind of build upon that in terms of what does that look like in terms of making those political moves, especially more in terms of like meaningful revolution or liberation in this day and age. Because we can't just like we have the examples, we can look at our history and kind of see that. But if we don't necessarily apply, or if we go in with that kind of ignorance and not apply that and be like, oh, we know that shit is going to go down, how can we best so basically we have to become like lawyers in this type of work, because it's like we have to prepare for the worst case scenario of, if this shit happens, then what are we going to do? And I don't think we necessarily have that forethought in terms of planning in that way, where we can anticipate the moves of our enemy. And we have to be more strategic in that, in terms of thinking in terms of like being several steps ahead of what our enemies are going to do and how to counter them appropriately when they do it. Because we know that they're going to, like the powers that be are going to throw everything in their power to ensure that Black people don't succeed. but that's no surprise to us. So it's the idea of like, how do we prepare for that and counter that in a way that helps to kind of move, us a little closer to the liberation that we see. So.
All right. Kind of a rough transition, but I don't know. Did you guys hear about the? Well, I guess I never. Well, what I wanted to. I guess I'll give a little quick more on issues with Marianne Williamson. Why I don't. I just. For one, anybody who is still pushing for, basically giving a cover for Zionism, I can't deal with them. Yeah, in this day and age, literally, almost every other country in the world is safer than Israel is for Jewish people. Literally everywhere is safer. This mentality of thinking that you need this area out of safety, that idea is a wash for me. For two, I don't accept the claim, which they have anyway. I don't agree with it. So when she starts talking about whether it's a two-state solution, one-state solution, regardless of there is no solution for the situation but to crack down on the Israeli government. Say, if you are going to be there, you are going to start following the rules of what the rest of the world sets up for you, instead of doing what you think you're doing down there. The brutality, the killing innocent children, shooting people in the back, the watching handicapped people get yanked around by IDF, all that would have to be an end. And the fact that she doesn't even talk about any of those things is a problem for me. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, I mean, I said this on the stream. Marianne is basically doing what Trump's doing, which is why I can't support. And then let me explain what I mean. Like Trump had no intention to be president. Let's keep it real. He had no intention to be president. He only ran to increase his celebrity profile. So the mistake was he actually did too good of a job. And he ended up being president. Marianne essentially is doing the same shit. She knows she's not going to get far. Otherwise, she would not have ran in the Democrat Party.
Well, but even if she didn't run in the Democratic Party, she's still not going to go far.
No.
Well,
I would give her, not to say I would support her if she ran independent, but I'll give her a little bit more credit in that regard.
Well, she would get street cred, but I from somebody who literally worked helping campaigns and worked volunteering for campaigns and been inside understanding how it works, how hard it is to get yourself on ballot boxes, how hard it is to get equal advertisement with the media, how much rigging that there is against anybody who is not part of those two parties. I don't think people really get the gravity of how literally rigged it is. Basically, after Ross Perot got I think he got close to 10%. They made sure both parties got together and went through a 50-state strategy on how to make sure nobody ever got close to what Ross Perot did again. So I hear people say, well, what about this and DSA and no, it doesn't. It does not matter. It does not matter who you get. There is literally no avenue through a third party. All you are doing through a third party is you are basically saying that I am just running to show my principles. It's basically a strong virtue signal. I mean, so where you're going to get any kind of leverage would be if you're going to run in the state houses and move stuff on a state level.
Right.
But the national politics outside,
if Marianne was doing something in the vein of what Kashama Sawant is doing right now, because we don't need talkers. and this is the issue that I have with people online, is that they're saying, oh, you know, and it's basically all white people. It's basically like, oh, like she has no chance, but at least she gets to talk about the issues. We don't need fucking talkers. Like, people get the people know the issues by now. Bernie happened to do all of that in the last 2 cycles. Like, people bought in. You know, we don't. So right now we need people who are
and even
willing
currently. And Colin, real quick, let me just add this. People know the issues. When you go to the freaking supermarket, you know the issues.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If you need tires for your car, you know the issues.
Right. People know but people want action at this point. That's what we're looking for. And Marianne has given no indication to me, based on the interviews that she has done in independent media, that gives me any solace of being like, you're not going to fight. You basically said you hope to fight. And it's like, I'm not going to put my faith in a person.
If she don't fight, she go be a mayor somewhere, and where you can actually affect change on people's day-to-day life.
No, she's not going to do that, because that's and I gotta use Chris Rock for this. And I told Indy this, and he agreed with me. You know, like, when Chris Rock says men can go backwards sexually, women cannot go backwards in lifestyle. That's Marianne in terms of politics. And just basically her position given her class. She's not going to go back on a local state level and do this shit. No.
Mm-hmm.
No. Like, she's going to look to increase her profile. So, you know,
and that's how you know it's a grip.
Right.
Wait for her book.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you said, it's a good point about Trump. A lot of people don't know. Trump literally only ran for president when he heard that Gwen Stefani on The Voice was making way more money than him. And so he ran for president so that he felt like, if I come out being a presidential candidate, now you got to pay me more money for The Apprentice.
Right.
That was the main thing.
Yeah.
But now he's only running because if he's president, you can't really go after him legally. And he's trying to. Now, do I think that they're ever going to get him? Hell no. Do I think that they could possibly do some stuff and make him pay a little bit of money here and there? Maybe. But any of these people who literally think you're seeing Trump go to prison, you're insane.
I'm not going to get him because he's been in the White House. He knows where the skeletons are buried. So how easy would it be to call out any politician that he doesn't like and being like, you did this shit too, you know? And like, so
yeah, it's honor amongst thieves. They're gonna rate and rev, but they know if they did go for him really hard, he'd rat on everybody.
Right.
Everybody's going down with him, and they're not gonna let that happen. They're not gonna let him get to that point, so that they don't have to do the damage control. But and like just everything else. Even if you took reparations off the board for Marianne, like all the rest of her stuff, like Medicare for all, okay, she's decent, but everything else is basically trash. Trash. So I mean, wrong on Russia, Ukraine, wrong on like.
But
she
again,
supports
you notice who's pushing Marianne though, right?
I don't know.
It's not us. And I would argue most people on the left aren't even pushing her like that. It's basically like right now,
it's
Crystal
like
Ball, and the Vanguard who are pushing her. So
it's that crowd, because I'm seeing a lot of the followers. I'm like,
be right back.
You're people who don't understand how corrupt the system is. You really think that you could get a president that's going to change anything in this system? Do you not know how much power that corporations and banks have over the president? I mean, the president literally doesn't. Literally, most of these presidents are lawyers. You know why most presidents are lawyers? Because they need somebody to know how to BS and get in front of the camera and know which laws that they're not going to violate. They're not making any decisions. They're not when there's a situation like Ukraine, CIA comes up, gives them the information that they want them to have, and then the Department of Defense gives them their options. Here, well, this is a light response. This is a medium response. This is a heavy response. They're still making the decision on what they feel the response should be. They're not saying, well, maybe we could do peace. Maybe we can do nothing at all. It's never that. It's the Defense Department, which is guiding them. It's just like if you look at their cabinets are always full of bankers, full of bankers, people out of major tech industry, all that stuff like that, or else people who come from the weapons department, weapons industry. So it's kind of, none of these presidents are going to do anything.
No. But yeah, as I said, you asked me what I thought about Marianne.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. So, so that's all really. I mean, we said a lot without saying a lot, but basically it's just like.
So it's a no.
She's going to be as popular as Kamala, and she's going to win as much as Kamala. Like, that's it.
No, I think she'll be more popular. Her book will do better. She got the Oprah wine moms who still like her.
Well, I don't even think I don't even think the Oprah endorsement is really going to help it. I think she's so far removed from that now. But I think now it's basically like the white leftists now who she's going to get that street cred from. In terms of like,
the Bernie sycophants.
Basically, it's the Bernie crowd who still loves him.
The people who still in 2023 does not realize that Bernie is a sheep herder. Those people.
Oh no, I think they know, but I think they just deny.
No, trust me. I got some of these people who still follow me, and they really think Bernie is fighting for them. They really, truly believe it.
I don't know.
It's an extreme level of being naive.
That's why you have to. That's why you gotta separate yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, that's what I said that at the beginning. That's why I'm not in the space like that, because it's just kind of like that's what gets you mental. Like
correct. There you
get
go.
Depressed.
I still see people putting Bernie 2024 on their stuff.
What's that?
There are accounts that I see that still have Bernie. They have Bernie 2024 in their profiles.
Well, the sad thing is, like, and there are murmurs now that if Biden doesn't run, that Bernie is going to go in again for the third time. And I'm just like, why? Like, like
the reason why is because they need
other than to peddle his book, because now he has a book out. But it's just like, why would you do it when you have people are not going to go for you like that the third time? Like,
well, but that's not
in the way that they did like the last two cycles.
But do you know the main point? And it took me a while to get it. The main point, why somebody like Bernie, why they want somebody like Bernie, why they want a Marianne Williamson to run, why they want somebody who's going to be in that vein to run at all? Do you know, Colin?
I mean,
because make no mistake, they're not doing this on their own. Somebody is pushing them, whether they realize they're being pushed or not.
Right.
The reason why is for those people who are the Bernie sycophants, for those people who are going to protest, a neoliberal or a fake progressive or any of these people. If you don't have somebody there to divert all that energy and yay, we're for you. If you don't have somebody for them to scream and get behind and do all that, you know what they're going to do? Instead, when Biden is out there running, now he has to listen to more people criticizing him.
Mm-hmm.
The Mayor Petes have to have more people showing up, calling them out. If they don't give them a candidate to focus all that energy behind, then all that energy goes back to the candidate which they want in power. So
But
they're
you know
just
what?
using them
Really,
to divert the energy.
Marcus, you really think that people look? I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just seen the last few years. Like, I'm not necessarily convinced of the fact that people will protest Biden, even if Marianne and Bernie weren't.
Oh, these leftists, it would be yeah, because they don't have a candidate to go after. If they have a candidate which gives them some hope, then they will focus on that hope and energy. It goes back to like psychology. One thing we learned in the military: get around a drunk Marine. Drunk military guy in general wants one or two things. What really is looking for one thing. We all know what young guys got some alcohol in their system on a Friday, Saturday night are out for. If they don't get that, what normally happens? A good probability somebody's getting into a fight.
Right.
And so if that energy is not diverted in an area where you could give them some false hope, then they're going to spend their time, because then they can be like, well, we need to get this person, so they beat them over there. So they beat Biden. If you don't have that, you're going to have them criticizing Biden, showing up, asking them questions. They don't want those questions.
Do we think the Republican Party is going to platform Trump again?
I don't know.
Are they going to allow him? Are they going to allow him to participate to the extent that he did last time?
I don't think they have much of a choice at this point.
I look at it like, I don't think DeSantis is going to be what people think. I don't think he's going to he's trying to corner that market. He really is. But I just think that even though Trump is not going to have the steam he had when he ran the first time or in his election, he's still got more juice than the rest of them. And so that's why I think Trump is still going to be the person.
I'm just wondering if the RNC is going to let him participate. You know what I'm saying? Because again, as I said at the top,
I think
RNC don't have any power.
Right. But then Trump is going to bring in money.
You got to remember, yeah, exactly.
Regardless.
Trump brings in more money than the RNC does.
Right. So that's really what it's about. It's the money.
Yep.
So Trump is still popular, even though he's not pulling the numbers as he used to. But I think he's just hasn't been in the public eye really that much really since Biden's been in office. All he has to do is do the campaign things that he was doing, like put himself out there a little bit more. And he's got plenty of time to do it right now. And, and call out DeSantis every once in a while. And people will remember why they liked him, and then they'll go for it. So
the media and Trump treated each other like the sponges they are.
Right.
And they squeezed every last bit of juice out of each other. And
the media isn't on DeSantis like that, though. That's the thing. They're not really on DeSantis like that. He's gotten a lot of criticism, especially with the moves that he's doing in Florida in terms of some of these cultural issues. He hasn't really been getting a lot of good press. So I think that's going to work in.
I could tell you one thing he's doing well. He's keeping his plane clean, because I see that shit all the time. That shit is shiny.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, man, this guy's in town, and his shit is shining in that damn parking lot.
Right. But honestly, I've been going back and forth on DeSantis. I've been saying, I was saying before, DeSantis will probably end up being president. Now I'm not so sure. Given recent events, and then how Trump
his decision to go full on into the culture war is what messed him up.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of what of it. I think he's gone too far. He's gone too deep on the I think it's you're right. I think why he won like the favor of like, you know, like on the right is how COVID, how he dealt with that, but that was more like connection to the economic issues at the time, you know. So you know, so yeah, it makes sense that he got a lot of, you know, I wouldn't say good press, but you know, at least to Floridians especially, like he was seen as somewhat of a hero because he managed, he kept economically, he kept
you know, we do have to acknowledge this, right? To the extent that certain decisions that politicians can make that affect your life, we do have to take into consideration that shutting down like the way they did in New York or California, etc., that had very real world ramifications for people who had their own business, right? Who had to deal with the public in some sort of way, whether you were providing a service or selling a product. And those decisions could have took you from a business owner, somebody who brought in income, to someone who was waiting for a government check every week or every 2 weeks, right? So there were a lot of people here in Florida who are not Republicans, right? They're not typically voters of Republicans. But the conversation about DeSantis was, yo, if he didn't make those decisions, I'd have had to close my business down.
Right.
You know, that is something that, you know, goes beyond culture war shit, right? It's
or
basically
people wanting to move to Florida as a result of like all the
and a
COVID
lot of them
restrictions up north. So
correct.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense. But we're out, I think, not too far removed, but enough removed from it now that DeSantis doesn't necessarily have that economic savior complex anymore.
Correct.
And so now
because now in Florida, what we're looking at is crazy. These rents are crazy. The prices are still you know, the prices are still up, you know, even though they've come down a little bit. But yeah, it's traffic is nuts out here now, and you know, so it had a boom, but it also, you know, it didn't come without its side effects either.
Right. So yeah, that's why, yeah, I think now he's, unless he starts talking more economic issues, then, you know, then Trump can get him easily. So that's kind of, I think for me, it's kind of like wait and see, especially if they're on a debate stage and see what they say. But yeah, if Santos doesn't give an economic message that really affirms what has been happening and then like how to move forward, you know, especially what he might do as president, then, you know, then he doesn't stand a chance against Trump.
I was gonna say, Collin, I know it's getting late there, so just let me know anytime that you need to dip or you're ready. I kind of want to get into this one topic because everybody already knows I do think that we're pushing closer and closer to a war with China. I don't know if you guys know, seen it or not. 613 million that they just sent to Taiwan as far as weapons defense and planes and stuff like that. If you look at the narrative that's been changed about the lab leak theory, it's a lot of things which I'm seeing. This whole narrative that's being pushed more and more towards making China look more like a bad guy. And that tells me that this pivot towards China, you know, is getting closer than, you know, than people realize. That's the reason why I talk about, you know, the World War III aspect.
Yeah.
We literally see, and I'm listening to the stuff which they're saying in Ukraine. Like Zelensky is talking about, like, no, we literally want, we want Putin to back all the way out. We want him to give over Crimea. We want him to pay reparations. I'm like, bitch, you're the one losing. How do you think that you're going to get any of this stuff? What are you talking about? Are you coked out of your mind? Like, in what reality? The best you could hope for is like, yo, we'll stop, we'll chill with all the stuff we're doing in NATO if you just kind of like just leave us alone. Yeah. That's the best you can get. But this dude is literally like talking like he has leverage over Russia. Yes, exactly. Bob was talking about the pincer movement, and like literally right now he's in the midst of like retreating from was it I'll get it mixed up. Bakhmut. He's in the midst of literally retreating right now and asking for he's treating Russia as if they're the ones who's losing.
And right now, like, and I reported on this in INN News this week, like Macron is now privately saying to him, you need to stop. Like you're not gonna win, like you need to call for peace. But I think that's in lot of the backlash that what's happening in Germany and France and UK, part of it, just with the protests there, in terms of like inflation, and then like all this shit that's happening in connection to the Nord Stream pipeline, especially for Germany in particular. And
did you hear what Russia just said recently about the Nord Stream pipeline?
What? That
they're going to seal it off. That they're not even going to work on opening it up.
Oh, well.
So that means the whole idea of, let's turn the pumps back on for you guys over there is not going to happen.
And honestly, why should they?
Yeah, like, there's literally more heat zones.
But honestly, why should they? Because
there's more heating zones opening up all over
like
Europe.
Russia's fine. Like, and they've proven that. So it's like, you need this gas more than we do because we're self-sufficient on our own. Like, we don't need y'all. Like, we're giving it to you. So it makes sense that now, like Germany and France in particular are being like, Zelensky, you need to cool off because otherwise, like that's their careers basically, which I think.
No, they basically telling them like, yo, you getting a little too carried away. You fucking up my hookup. Like you gonna mess up my prices. Like you just need to chill. Like chill, fall back.
Yeah, you messed up on our prices. Our people are protesting against us. They are seeing the writing on the wall, and like they're pissed at us. So
you making the spot too hot, and I'm gonna have to tell you to get off my block. You know what I'm saying? I was letting you stay here, get some money, and do your thing, but now you just brought way too much chaos, commotion to my street. Now you got to go somewhere else.
And like I hear some people, they make the argument that Russia and China, the U.S. is just moving on that front because they want to sell more weapons. And I'm like, what you guys don't realize about this is if you think it's just about selling more weapons, because I think I heard like Chris Hedges say it or something like that. I'm like, you know how much more money that they make from the oil and natural gas and all this other, they make more money from that than they do the weapons. The weapons is just like the French fries to the hamburger, it's just another part of the meal. But the main course is the natural resources, which they get. Right. They literally could just pick some random place in Africa or South America and say that they need to go down there and then keep selling weapons there. They can find another weaker country to go into, but they're going into these countries. China won for this. And another thing, natural gas and oil, raw mineral goods, and to try to cut off their because Ukraine and Russia, those are the top wheat producers and stuff out of Europe. Most of the natural resources, foods, all that stuff like that, grain, all of that comes out of like Russia and Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually own a lot of the distributors out of all these other countries. The West does. So what they're doing is they're trying to cut off a competitor economically. Then you have the whole Taiwan situation with the superconductors.
Right.
That's trillions of dollars sitting right there.
Right.
And anybody who
And
thinks, oh well,
people
China
forget-
is cool with they're just faking this whole thing. No, China's like, I ain't about to give off. Y'all not getting
Right.
that.
And people forget Pelosi went to Taiwan allegedly for that, you know? So money for her. So
And who else somebody else just went recently too.
I'm not sure about
What's his name? Oh crap. I can see his face, but I can't think of his name because he was just he just sat down with Sergey Lavrov. Man, you know what I'm talking about, Chris, at all? Or anybody in the chat? Who is it that just met with who just went to Taiwan, who just met with not Schumer. Well, Schumer did go, but I'm not talking about Schumer. He's like somebody Blinken, Anthony Blinken.
Yeah.
Oh, that's oh yeah. Denver was just on Rockfin side. Denver just brought up Blinken earlier.
That's right. I need it. My bad.
Yeah, you gotta watch. You gotta watch Blinken too. You know, he's a stooge for the state of you know, those nice people in the Middle East. You know what I'm saying?
That's well, and you can look at Biden's chief of staff too. I mean, let me shut up. Let's not take it that direction tonight. But I'm that's what I tell everybody. It's going this direction, and it's not like, oh well, they're all in cahoots, and it's this, you know, intentional downward spiral of these powers and those powers, and the World Economic Forum is all coordinating this. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. You have countries over here that's like, yo, the U.S., we've been watching y'all, and y'all been telling everybody that y'all the baddest on the block, but we don't really believe it. We don't really believe it. And the problem is, so many high up people in the government in America, they have been living off of Rocky Balboa movies and you know, Red Dawn, and really believe like
Russia power
they
propaganda.
really believe U.S. They really believe U.S. is so far ahead of Russia and China that they could beat both of their asses at the same time. And they're listening to the State Department tell them this shit. I mean, I listened to, what's his name? General, what is his name? Forgetting his name. Kind of chubbier general. Man, I'm forgetting his name.
Schwarzkopf?
No. He's let me look over. Denver probably knows. Denver probably said it. Denver, help me out here. Who am I talking about? General Milley. Mark Milley. This is the same general that 2 years ago watched them send supersonic missiles across our airspace and NORAD couldn't pick it up. It's telling them, oh, well, you know, their government is weak right now and they can't do this and they can't do that. And I'm like, all right, keep thinking they're weak if you want to. And the problem with the U.S. is they don't realize that their allies are weak.
Yeah.
Great Britain, France, Spain, Italy, all these countries are weak.
Mm-hmm.
You're literally, I mean, haven't you noticed all these other conflicts you've had to send most of the money and your people?
Right.
All these countries, like I'm telling
Right.
you, as somebody who's former military who remember a lot of this stuff, I remember we were doing a lot of the heavy lifting. You got countries like Australia, we can send you 5,000 people.
Right, and no one's talking about that. Like, if Ukraine, not Ukraine, UK and like Western Europe basically is like supporting Ukraine as far as that, they're not sending them that much money, if at all, but we're sending in the boku bucks to them. Like,
German has the right idea, but honestly, there's two countries which are going to switch sides faster than them. Believe it or not, Germany and France.
Mm-hmm.
Germany is getting pinched right now,
Right.
as far as, you know, the natural resources and oil. They're suffering, and France is never like Great Britain or America anyway.
Right.
They were wedged into NATO. They've never liked their asses. And so they're trying to play a power move without no power allies. And that's cool if you want to do that to Afghanistan. Cool, you even want to do it to Iraq. But once you do that with Iran, that's a different story. Once you do that with Russia directly, that's a different story. When you do that with China, and when the problem is, our government has felt like they've been kicking everybody's ass. And it's kind of like that fighter who's fought a bunch of people with good records, but they ain't fought nobody. So now Marcus, you about to fight somebody.
So yeah. Marcus, where does India fall into this? Because they're beefing with China currently.
India is the one who's gonna sit back and wait to pick the winning side. They're gonna be like, we don't really like China and Russia. We don't really like y'all either. So we're not really trying to side with either side of this. But we're gonna side with and you gotta remember, think about it this way. They have more interest to actually side with Russia and China, even though they have more beefs with them. Just for the simple fact, if the USA is not the major hegemony, then all these other countries basically get sovereignty back. You don't have the big bad US and NATO forcing your hand at every turn. They can't throw sanctions on everything. They can't tell you who to do business with and not do business with. I mean, you know how much money India could be making if they could do partnerships with certain countries, which the US doesn't allow?
Correct.
There's so much. And then, like Kat said right here, India is part of BRICS. Kat says, so I agree with Marcus. They will sit out like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, their part is, we're just going to keep giving the oil. We're going to keep up our business partnership until we see that it's more advantageous for us to flip to the other side. Because that's what everybody's waiting on. Right. Turkey is, to what Greg says, he says, I think Turkey and Hungary are NATO members that are not really down to. Exactly. Thank you, Greg. They are not really down for the smoke either. Turkey really is openly kind of defying NATO. They're the ones who are making it hard for every country to be able to, like, they're the ones who are putting all the blockades in front of Finland, being accepted, and what was it, Finland and somebody else who's trying to get into NATO. They're like, no. They're literally the ones who are blocking everything up. And they're the ones who are still doing business. Like, people are wondering how these goods from Russia are still getting into all these areas, parts of Europe. It's Turkey. Turkey is the one who is doing this. Turkey is the one who is secretly helping. I would say Turkey's probably more of a spy than an actual NATO ally.
Well, Turkey one day wants to be European, then the next day want to be Arab. They can't make up their mind.
Well, what they only want to be, most of it is in Europe, but they make their money mostly dealing with the West. And so as they've been able to make money with the West, cool. Mm-hmm. But the moment that they see that we can make more money over here, they're going there, period. And so it's a lot of things lining up against the U.S., but the U.S. is so arrogant, they can't fathom a possibility when they lose or that people would turn against them. They're like that. They're that guy, that has a bunch of people around him that none of them really like him, but he doesn't have the awareness to understand these people aren't really my friends. They're only with me because they kind of have to be. It's like, I'm the one with all the money, so they kind of hang out anyway. But once the money's gone, what happens to those type of people? What happened to Hammer once the money was gone?
Bye.
Bye. They don't get it. Exactly, Greg. They never make that connection before. They don't understand and it's because of that arrogance. I mean, they're the only country that literally walks around and tells everybody to their face, we're number one.
Right.
We're the best. A for sale sign on the hill. Right? Yeah, it's and so I just think it's getting dangerous there. I got one more topic. If you one more topic.
All right.
This is gonna get a little fun.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, fun, crazy. I don't know which way to say this one. I don't know if this is fun or crazy. Got a couple of short videos. Just, you know, we like visual. I'm a visual learner, so I put it on my audience whether they want it or not. This is something which I noticed. Let's see, which way do I want to show this? Well, remember I put that in the topic. I said, "What is real?" Well, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's do this. I want to start with this one first. One of my favorites. Let's go with it. Let's go with an oldie and goodie. Everybody knows this. Let's let the real Morpheus talk to us all for a moment.
Good to know what the matrix.
No sound, Marcus.
Oh, hold on.
I think there was. It was just low.
Well, it's low.
Yeah, there you go.
Try to relax. This will feel a little weird. This is the construct. It's our loading program. We can load anything from clothing to equipment, weapons.
We don't own this. We're not selling this. We're not making any money off this. Whatever else you got to say.
Right now, we're inside a computer program. Is it really so hard to believe? Your clothes are different. The plugs in your arms and head are gone. Your hair has changed. Your appearance now is what we call.
Let's skip it to the point which I will. Oh, I found one where it's
projection
away off the wall site. Let's get to the point.
This is the world that you know.
Actually, no, I skipped.
The world as it was
far.
in the end, simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
Electrical signals interpreted by your brain.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want to go. Yeah, look, I don't even know who it is. Some random person. That's why I grabbed this clip in particular. Let me give you the next one. Let me give you the next one. That's I'm setting the stage for a reason. This is this the one which was shared with me? Oh yeah. For those out there, I always talk about altered carbon. For those who are not familiar with altered carbon, I went through great lengths to find this little clip. But this is a little bit about what it's about. And I want you guys to think about this because this goes into some of the things which we might be dealing with.
Centuries ago, mankind discovered a way to transfer consciousness into a new body, making death a mere inconvenience. Since then, we've been providing an unparalleled pedigree of human sleeves to only the most discerning clientele. Psychosec, live forever in the body you deserve.
So, you guys are following right now where I'm going. What is reality? You know, it is a great show for those who have not seen it. Please, I highly, highly recommend it. So, this one right here, and I wanted to show those because this is something which Atris shared this with me. Where's it at? I can't believe I forgot about this. But this is a commercial from 1999. This was PlayStation commercial. Check this out.
PlayStation.
New for 2078. PlayStation 9's new electronic spores tap straight into your adrenal gland. PS9 has improved retinal scanning. A mind control system. Holographic movie surround vision. And telepathic personal music. The ultimate just got better. PlayStation 9. Teleport yours today.
Teleport yours today, connecting to your adrenal glands. Interesting. Let's go a little bit further with this. Let's go a little bit further. This is, let's see. Where is it at? Let's see, share. Let's go to the. Yeah, that should be good about there.
Not until the heaven hits the earth will I find my rest.
All right, Shalom. First and foremost, I want to give all praise to the Most High God, Yahweh. And the name is
just check this out.
This is your Tabitha's Corey. I'm back with another quick video. And this is going to be real quick. This is off a short I seen with this guy, Elon Musk. And like I said, this guy's a devil, man. You can look in Elon Musk's eyes and see that he's pretty sick shit. He's already a devil, but the look in his eyes, man, he's probably himself up with stem cells or something, man. He's doing something. But, you know, we just looked at the video not too long ago. I put out the Neuralink where he wants to put electrodes into your brain. But look at this new thing that they got. He said he invested $186 million into it. Let's take a look at this, because this, like I said, these guys are cold, man. And this is why this right here is the reason. This is the reason why they make you, when you do your YouTube videos, why you have to talk. They want voice recognition, basically. You know what I'm saying? And they said if you talk for longer than 10 minutes, anybody talk for longer than 10 minutes, then they can do this. What we're getting ready to look at, they can do this to your voice too. So let's just get into it.
Perpetuating that I just lost $186 billion and I'm not the world's richest man anymore. That's bullshit, okay? I didn't lose it. I've been investing it in AI projects that will shape the future of humanity, like ChatGPT and Midjourney. My favorite one so far lets you do this.
Do I sound like Morgan Freeman now? It's pretty crazy, right? I could sound like literally any person in the world right now. It's called Voice AI, and they already have a database
Is this real?
1,000 voices.
Yes.
So they have like...
Rick from Rick and Morty. Wubba lubba dub dub, am I right?
Or this anime girl voice, which is kind of nice.
Hey guys, anyone want to order a pizza?
So you guys just saw that right there, right? So
predictive programming indeed, Cat.
Say anything.
Yes. So that's part of, and then I drop this down. I have one more for you. Because keep in mind all the stuff that I just shared. One last one. When you put all these things together, it makes things get really, really interesting. Here we go.
You say it could keep you from getting shot. It could keep you alive. I'm asking. People are amazed that there was a job title called Chief of Disguise. And most women I know wish they'd had that job. Sounded like fun. Actually, it was fun. I don't think another intelligence agency in the world devoted the time and the budget to disguise like we did. Disguise became a form of body armor. In the Spy Museum, we call the mask a 5-second mask. They proved invaluable. You could change your ethnicity. You could change your gender. You could change your nationality. And if you needed to, you could actually become another person. When I was chief of disguise, we had already begun.
This is transhumanism being like rolled out.
That was a technology that came straight out of LA. We worked with men named John Chambers, who had done all the makeup for Planet of the Apes.
He has a definite gift for mimicry.
They could spend 5 hours putting on a mask. They could spend an hour taking it off. And they could shoot it again and again and again until they got the lights just right. Our mask had to be perfect in the car. When you got out of the car, you had to know without a mirror that you were good. The point of all of our masks was speed. You had to imagine that you were going to be in situations that you couldn't even anticipate. An officer somewhere picks this thing up, just puts it on in 5 seconds and knows that it's right, that he's invisible. If you had to sit and tinker with this thing, if you needed a mirror, it wasn't going to be useful to you at all. The masks were full face latex masks. It allows you to furrow your brow. It allows you to squint your eyes. It allows you to speak. You talked. The specific mask we're talking about would fit just one person. The first thing we do is we make a face impression. If you've been to a dentist and never had a dental impression, it's the same thing. It's just your face, not your teeth. So they would have added to his face. They could rearrange his face a bit and give him a new face that would fit perfectly over his real face. We never used human hair. We always used a synthetic. The idea of a man washing the hair on his mask and making it look nice when that was all done was never going to happen. The synthetic hair, you couldn't hurt it, basically. You could wear your mask in a rainstorm and your hair would still be okay.
Very human.
The masks, more than once, were taken off in a moment of terror and crushed down and put under arms in armpits. They would fit in armpits if they needed to. That was part of the design. The mask is the culmination of a lot of work that we did at CIA over a period of, I'd say, 10 years, developing that technology. It was a big challenge to come up with something that finally actually animated and worked to really fool a person closer than 3-4 feet from you. But we did.
They learned the art.
We actually brought Hollywood back into our labs at one point to look at what we had done. And they were stunned. They're absolutely stunned.
Congratulations.
The fact that we're allowed to show it tells me the CIA have moved on. I don't know what they're doing. I shouldn't know. I'm dying to know, but I don't know.
Relax. You'll get to see it all later on.
So I'm proud to show people how good we got to that point and let them imagine. So what are they doing now?
So all that was to show all the different things which they're working on, which they're doing. How do we know which events in the world happen exactly the way they say that they happened or not? Now that they have the technology to mimic what we look like,
I was going to say
to mimic our voices, and especially with more stuff being online, they can sit behind a computer screen and pretend they're us.
Yeah, Marcus, this is all like, I'm gonna just call it HRA, right? Like human replacement activities. That's it's all it looks like. You know, some of it will be sold to us as a service, right? That the technology could make things easier and better, and you know, it can help you relax and not have to think about day-to-day shit, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, it's really just, you know, laying the groundwork to get us up out of here. At least the majority of us.
Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts, Collin?
You know what my first thought was? This is kind of funny, but like with the voice AI, there will not be a need for voice acting. You know, like in terms of animation stuff like that, you don't need like.
You can have one person do it all.
You can have one person do it all, and they don't have to mimic a certain type of, right. So, but funny how, but it makes sense. But I think it kind of relates to things that we talked about tonight. It will put out a lot of people out of business, you know, because. But I think like in terms of the automation that we're beginning to see, you know, just generally, you know, like. That there's not going to be need for skilled labor depending on the industry in as much anymore that you can essentially let an AI or computer do the work for you. And then, you know, obviously you have to consider like maintenance and all that kind of stuff for the software or whatever else. But so for me, this is just kind of like, but capitalism. Like that's kind of where my head just went, because it's like, this is just a way, like if you think of it in terms of just a normal day to day, as Sai was saying, this is probably an excuse in part to allow corporations to keep more of their profit, you know, because they're not going to need to pay for as much labor to do a lot of this work when you can have this AI and computers to do the work for you, that is going to put people out of a job, essentially.
Yeah, that's the reason. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but in terms of like the matrix and like the largest scope of this, like, but you're seeing this all anyway. Like you see, we see this on Twitter every day. Like people respond back to you and they're not real, you know, like, or profiles that you think are real are not, you know. So
you know, also this. Let me jump in. I want to jump in real quick. This person, Chris, in the comments makes a great point. I'm just trying to find this comment. I should have started. Oh, right here. As exhausted as I get of getting this bad news, the left sure as hell needs to be talking about this subject matter. The left is lagging behind on these new nightmares. That's because those who would call themselves lefts are so busy trying not to be right that anything they see that the right wing picks up, those that they deem right wing pick up, they have to take the total opposite stance of it.
Well,
So
that's why. That's why I say that these people are. That's why I say that they don't see what's going on. That's the reason why people feel like that they can still get some kind of a, that they can change the system somehow, some way, some shape and form, and then they can, you know, put in their better ideas. That there is an avenue, and if you can't see all of these different, all the different ways that they're coming at us, you can't deal with any of this stuff. Let me read Denver's comment over here real quick. Denver said, reality is truly far stranger than fiction. Look at the circumstances of where we find ourselves. CERN, brink of World War III, unsustainable ultraviolet radiation levels, shit booming 5 weeks early here, and at an elevation of 12,000 feet. The worst hypothetical is they know the timeline for the web of life given the unsustainable UV levels. I sincerely hope this guy is wrong. Deadly ultraviolet, UVC, and UVB penetration to Earth's surface, human and environmental health implications. Oh, that reminds me of one story. I'll just throw it out there because I don't have time to get into the story in detail. But they have record. They're having record droughts all over Europe also. Some of their major waterways, which I might go do that next week. But that's the reason why these elites worry so much about population control and eugenics. If they know they're working to a future where they don't need people in general, not because they don't have space or any, oh, they're going to consume all the natural resources. No, because they are working on a system of free labor that no longer requires human beings. And so therefore, if they're working on all these computers, they got to figure out a solution, what to do with all of these people that are left over. And they're not going to be like, well, we could just like leave you free to do whatever you want. You go draw, paint, go farm, whatever the hell you want to do on your own, and we'll just give you a stipend, because they're not going to give you, you know, even though they have enough to be like, yo, we could just make sure that everybody eats perfectly fine and living in a utopia. They can literally do that. They refuse to do that, though. So how their mind thinks is, well, instead of just building a utopia, that we have the power to do. How about we just get rid of a bunch of people and we can keep things the way they are with a very limited amount of population, only just enough to run the machines and, you know, do maintenance on these machines. Oh, they're planning on flooding out California residents. I don't know. I mean, we're dealing with California literally is dealing with massive drought problems. And because what they've done is they've used up so much of the water over here that they're sucking water out of the California River. And California is like, yo, we can't afford to keep giving you guys all our damn water. We can't afford it because the water that comes out of
we're not gonna have anything left.
The water that goes out of Colorado is literally giving water to Utah, Nevada, California, and Arizona. Oh, I definitely believe that. Snow on the mountaintops. I told people, all that rain and snow and stuff we've had out here, wait for the mudslides. That's going to be the next thing you're going to start hearing about. $1 million houses out in Malibu and stuff sliding down the side of the hills. That's coming next. Let's see. Chris H says, the political matrix. I need to know what the verdict is. Global warming real? It's starting to seem like it's not, but it seems also like it's. It's not necessarily global warming. It's climate change, and whether it is man-made or not is the real question. But you can definitely see that there are changes happening with the climate. You have, I mean, the jet stream is literally changing, and I'll go into that more with all the drought stuff. That's the reason why we're having like worldwide droughts. Right. You're having different places which things are just, you know, the ice caps melting. That's a real thing. When I lived in Florida, I remember watching. You can literally see photos from like the 50s and go to that same area and look at where the beach erosion and see where it's at now. I mean, at this rate, another 10, 15 years, you're going to have some of those houses that are sitting on the coast, literally sitting out in the water. Am I lying, Chris?
No.
Like in DC,
like they already told the Keys, they told the residents of the Keys they were getting upset that, you know, the projections about the water rising was going to basically, you know, destroy their entire community. The government of Florida is like, well, you enjoyed your run in paradise. Like, move, bitch.
Like in DC, like some of the trees here are starting to bloom already. You know, with like
right now March just started.
Huh? Yeah,
March
but 2 weeks ago. It's like starting like 2 weeks ago. Like some trees already. Like we had a very mild winter down here, but still, it's like it's still a little early for some of these trees to start blooming. So I think really on average it's like maybe 4 weeks early. So, you know, because I mean, on one hand I'm kind of happy because it's spring, but I'm kind of like, this isn't normal. Like,
it's still actually winter.
Yeah, technically, you know. So. But yeah, we had a very mild winter overall, so I think that does explain it. That there was a period for maybe like a couple of weeks that was cold in DC where I needed to wear my winter jacket, but that was it, and it's been fairly mild, if anything else. So overall, so we didn't really have much of a winter, you know, this year. So, but that's been kind of concerning because it's like, which I'm kind of worried, what is our summer going to look like down here? Because summers in DC are known to be notoriously hot. So if we're going to get some of the heat early, then it's just going to be like unbearable down here. But yeah, like, yeah, these things are happening, you know, like weather rise that are affecting like climate. You know, yeah, that's just something I've just been kind of noticing, that just thinking more in terms of climate change and what the repercussions of that are now.
Yeah, I mean, I saw somebody in the chat say something about heart. I'm just not in the belief that our government, or I'm not in the belief that the American government is that good at technology that they literally can control what they're doing. Can they affect it? Yeah, but I don't think that they have the power to control it. I mean, I do not believe that they're like, yeah, you know what? We're just
Power
going to
power control what?
Heart technology. A lot of people believe like the heart technology that they're using that to alter the weather in different areas, the climate.
Not to alter the weather, but I think, and Reef and I reported a story a couple of weeks ago, which freaked me out, but like the military in terms of some of this AI and some of the technologies that they're beginning to develop in terms of war, like, and I forgot the name of the short film that he showed, which we showed on our stream, but essentially, you know, this company essentially built like a drone, basically that could fit in the palm of your hand, like basically as small as a smartphone, but essentially it had enough power to kill people. You know, so that's not to say like, you know, like it was fiction, but the technology is there already for, you know, for the military to be able to do this. So it's almost kind of like, you know, you could call it science fiction, but at the same time, it was like it was just so surreal to see, you know, like we see drones right now as small as they are, you know, like, and again, smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and being able to essentially with a camera and the right equipment, it can basically nuke a person. And with AI, you know, it can just be like, tell it, go to this person and off them, you know, like that technology is there already. You know, it's just a matter of putting it together, which is scary, you know? So that was the other fault. Just looking at these clips, it just reminded me of that and just being like, you know, like the government / the military industrial complex can basically do whatever they want, and we have no way of stopping it. And you're right, Marcus, should be more of a concern to people, but we're arguing about people that we don't like versus stuff like this, which can have real repercussions for people if we're not careful.
Well, you still got a lot of people who are thinking that, you know what, that mass strikes are going to stop most of this stuff. And what's going on is, even if you do get these mass strikes and protests, all they're doing right now is literally trying to buy time. They're trying to buy time until they get all this stuff up and running. And they're not going to care about their strikes because they're going to fire everybody anyway. I mean, a lot of people still, I feel like where most people are, especially in the leftist circles, they're in the mindset of where people should have been probably in the 90s. And we're so far, we're literally like 30 years late where most of the movement is at now. And they've already calculated that we would be at this point. I mean, you start reading more into, like, especially when I was reading Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. This man wrote this book in 1780, I think. This man knew about World War I, who was going to be involved, World War II. He knew World War III was going to be coming and who was going to be involved. He also knew about a lot of the political unrest and all these things that were going to be coming, because this stuff is organized at such a high level. And it's not just like how these Bernie people just think, oh, it's just the millionaires and billionaires and the banks. And no, it's deeper than that. It's far more organized than that. It's far more guided than that. It's just, this stuff's just not happening. People are being put into places. That's how it works. And there's somebody who has all this stuff etched out, and it's just a design that's being played out. It's just, by the time people start fighting back, it's kind of like you know, you heard your car squealing and you run outside to try to catch it. You got your bat in hand, you're about to beat somebody's ass, but your car's already gone. When you heard that noise and you should have got up in the middle of the night, you didn't get up. You waited till you hear your car peeling off. Then you ran out there. It's too late at that point. When you saw flashlights outside and then you heard, you know, the glass break. What, is that my window? No, it's probably not my window. Let me turn back over. That's what America has done. At every point when they've been doing these different things and inching things up, nobody's been paying attention. I put a lot of this like on my mom's generation. They spend all the time wanting to party in the 80s and 90s and thug life and all this stupid shit. And they had their minds on. And they missed what was going on around them. They completely missed it. Because you know what the baby boomers and the Gen X generation got? They got parents who had to go through the wars and all that stuff like that and had to fight against this and couldn't take their foot off the pedal. But their kids, since they grew up spoiled, by the time they hit their 40s and 50s and 60s now, some of these 60s and 70s, some of these people, and now the Gen Xers who are late 40s and 50s now they're starting to wake up to what the hell is going on. It's too fucking late. I don't know. That's just how I see shit. And when we try to tell them the dangers of everything that's coming, because most of them already have their house, they got they put them. I'm worried about just putting my kids through college and buying another boat. That they're complete, and then they're like, well, I just want to see the next black whatever in power. They're missing everything. I just want to see everybody get equality, but at the same time ignoring all this shit that's going on.
All of it.
Yeah, Streets. I would play. Oh, there it is. Let me see if it'll let me. X.
My thing froze up. I was trying to pull it up.
You were trying to pull it up?
Yeah, mine. I'm just waiting for it to like unfreeze and shit.
Okay, yeah. If you could get that, I'll throw that up there real quick, and we can end on Streets. Streets' video. I don't know. So what's your thoughts, Collin, on all that stuff that I said? Because I know we go a different angle, especially for people who we're kind of deemed as the left, and it's probably because we both kind of come out of the left. Chris, I would say, be more left independent than I was. I kind of always had that strain of, you know, more of an independent, but leaned a little left. I always was kind of more in the wheelhouse of the left, and
I would say you're talking about me personally.
Yeah. What did you? I mean, just all this stuff that I put out there. Like, what's your thoughts on like all this stuff?
I mean, I'll say this. I think. Well, I'm speaking from a bias because, and in a way with some privilege, because I get to report on shit like this every week, or give me stories that I would have never heard of. And sometimes, depending on the segment, I go into a segment blind and just being like blown away at like the reality of what people are going through, or like it just kind of the segment that's just now what you showed, you know, actually didn't really surprise me, because it's kind of like, yep, seen this shit. You know, but again, I speak with privilege because so I think in particular, just being in this space and watching guys like you and then like other channels, but then like doing this shit myself, you know, it's not a surprise to me. And, you know, but, you know, for the average person, they're not going to know the shit that we know.
Yeah.
Or at least that we talk about. So, you know, or, you know, I can argue that people who are in this space choose not to talk about it or don't care to talk about it for reasons. But
I don't know if they take. Do you think that they get the gravity of any of these things, or that they just don't see what we see?
I don't think they see what we see. But again, look at who's in the space. Because for many of them, they're not necessarily affected by this stuff. Like many of our colleagues in the space are white, college educated, have some type of privilege or some type of class that they don't need to worry about, like, you know, being in the military because they grew up with rich parents who, you know, wouldn't have to. Like, I would say, I would guess for you, you went into the military out of economic means.
Oh, most definitely.
Yeah,
Most
which
definitely.
is typical for, like, if you're brown or black, like, that's a reality for us. Like, a lot of these white, you know, personalities don't have to worry or think about that. So I think it's not a matter of not seeing it, but I think given their class and race, you know, like, they don't have to deal with it in the same way that we have to kind of deal with it. So, you know, and I think, you know, and I think that just makes the case of having more representation. But I think especially, you know, like black commentators / personalities in this, like, who are like, I'll preface that, who are genuine in as far as why they're doing it, you know, because, you know, like, if it wasn't for necessarily us, the discussions that we're able to have, but kind of bring it in the basis of we experience it and we go through this. This is not a theoretical issue, many of these things for us. This is real to life for us, you know. But I think that's something that our white colleagues do not necessarily have the no, they're not privileged, but like they're not privy to that because they don't experience that, if at all, but on a very minimal level. So honestly, in terms of where do I fit, I've always been an outsider. I wasn't a cool kid growing up, you know, and I was an immigrant, so I stood out. I'm black, so I'm also stood out in that, especially, like, I went to private school. I was, like, in those circles, you know, from upward. So I've always been the outsider, which I think growing up, was always a bother to me because I always just wanted to fit in. And now it's just like, I feel like that's honestly a badge of honor to be kind of outside of it because, and I think especially living abroad and being not from this country, you know, I'm able to think, or I have the capacity to think of things outside of America and being like, you know, like, I'm able to bring that perspective that, you know, if I was African American per se, that I wouldn't necessarily, I may have a harder time of thinking outside of that perspective. So if I were to label myself, I would say independent socialist. But I feel like even that is too restricting because I could be very, you know, I can definitely have conservative ideals in some things, but you can argue that certain things I might think, you know, maybe more of a capitalistic bent, as you were saying, you know, earlier. Like, you know, there's room. Well, I don't want to say there's room for it, but you can make the case for capitalism in certain aspects given our current state of affairs right now. But I don't know.
I would argue that, like, are they perfectly good examples, like, you know, of mixed economies? Yeah. Are they still running in a predatory way and taking advantage of other places? Yes. But do they have to do it that way? No. They don't have to do that. But they choose to do that because it all goes back to this Western power hegemony where they abuse smaller countries and mostly black and brown countries. It just so happens that these predominantly white superpowers tend to pick on the black and brown smaller countries.
Right.
And like for instance, I watched this one professor, I believe he was from Great Britain, and he was talking about how in order for the West to keep their quality of life, Africa has to remain impoverished. They have to shortchange them. They have to rip them off. Oh, did you never seen that one? I'll send it to you. I covered it, and he was like, "We need to have this." He's like, "I don't support this, but this is why there's always going to be strikes. This is why there are always going to be coups in Africa, because Africa has too many natural resources and things. And if Africa was ever treated equally, everything in the Western powers would go skyrocket, pricing wise." And so
not only that, but like if Africa, got the recognition and the power that they deserve, we'd be more powerful than China. I would argue. Africa would be more powerful than China.
Well,
and I say this, Haiti, I mean, perfect example of that. One revolution kicked out the white people, and they regret like they're in perpetual hell now for eternity.
But you know what, right? You know what France did to Haiti, and what the rest of the UN powers helped. They literally made Haitians pay reparations. They literally had to pay for their freedom up until what was it, 2012? Was it like last payment or something like that?
Right. Yeah. So it's like, to be damned to have black and brown people, black people in particular, do better than us. So
that's what it is. They know the moment they did that, what would happen is the power dynamic would shift.
Right.
Now you would have not only equality, because these places would be doing better because they actually have more resources to sell to Americans. And what would happen is people would be fleeing not only America, people would be fleeing Europe and moving to those countries instead. And
but that's already happening under capitalism.
But it would be on a mass scale.
Like white people are moving to Africa in droves.
Oh, I know.
Which pisses me the fuck off, because it's like that should be us doing that shit. But because of what we see in the media of Africa is this, Africa is that, it's none of us, very few of us, but not many of us have the inclination that we should go back there, but it's all white people. Well, not just white people, but white people, people in the Middle East, and Chinese are coming into Africa because they see the business opportunities, especially given the resources that are there, which even at that, I feel like just this pro-China stance, especially in terms of Africa, I tell people you need to be very careful of that, because at the end of the day, it's a form of capitalism too, even with the Chinese. So, because Africa doesn't necessarily, they might benefit in a way, sure, but what's to say that Africa cannot do that on their own, given that the resources are in their damn continent? They should have the means and the resources to be able to cultivate that on their own. The Chinese shouldn't need to necessarily come in there.
They should. We all know, but I had this conversation with somebody. Let's focus on this. I know what we would hope, but we know what the reality would be. The reality would be, if they did not use Russia or China to help in their infrastructure and mining and things like that, what would happen is some European power, whether it's France, whether it's Great Britain, whether it's Italy, or whether it's the United States, would say their elections are crazy and there's a dictator and we need to go in there and stop that. And then they'll do the same thing which they did in Afghanistan. Go in there for the guise of war while literally stealing all the poppy fields and
but they're doing that. They're doing that now. Stacey Abrams was in Nigeria this week.
That's what she was there. And
it's already happening. It's not been happening. And continues to happen. And and this is what I'm saying. Like, if Africans had, I don't want to knock, Africans, because obviously, but it's like, if Africans had any pride, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing in our country? Get the fuck out. Because if we came in your country and did that shit, you wouldn't have it.
Well,
so
the problem is that it's kind of like the difference of dealing with Spain or Portugal. When Spain was colonizing South America, what they did was they colonized by the sword and with brutality. What Portugal did was Portugal basically said, well, I know you don't have this and have that and have that. And they basically did soft power. They made them feel a dependency, kind of like a drug dealer would do, made them feel a dependency on the things that they were offering, and then charged them out the ass for it. And so basically exploited them. So one brutalizes you, the other one exploits you. Sure. And now that's the same thing. And they know if they're not getting exploited by these countries, then these other Western powers are going to go in and literally just outright take it, Debo style.
Right.
And if it was just one-on-one, then they could kind of get around it. But what happens is France does that, but the Great Britain and Spain and Italy helps back them. So it's 4-on-1 against that African nation.
Right. And that's right. That's I forgot her name right now, but that's what someone that I kind of commented on INN News made that case. It's just like, and that's kind of the result of the Berlin Conference, of how essentially Europe split up Africa into what was tribal nations into the countries that we have now. And now it's like all these little countries, African countries, that if it were more of a collective would have more power, but all these little countries can't do shit by themselves, but they're going up against Europe. Well, even just someone like, if it were like, I'm going to say, I'm going to pick a small country, for example, but like Gambia, going up against like France, like can't do that, or even worse yet, if Gambia went up against the EU, like there's no way that's going to work, so yeah, it's just the idea of like breaking up the power structure in Africa, in general, so that.
Well, that's what killing Gaddafi was about. And right. They thoroughly did that.
Which is why they nuked his ass, because, he was promoting for African liberation and actually promoting like an African union in the sense of, being able to trade and able to share resources without the need of having the West come in and, be a middleman and exploit them for that. And the West was just like, fuck no, we can't have that, so they nuked his ass. So, but which kind of going back to what I was saying before, this is more of a reason for Black people in the diaspora to get together and kind of make this connection. Like, we're all being exploited wherever, wherever we are in the world. And like, and collectively, and that's what they fear. It's that collectively, especially now that, for us living in the West, and it's relative, but, for the most part, if you're Black and living in the West, you're doing relatively well for yourself, more or less, in comparison to our African cousins, for sure, and like with the resources that we're able to utilize over here to be able to kind of connect with our Caribbean, Latin American, African, cousins, collectively, with the know-how that we're able to bring over there, or just kind of collectively kind of unify under that, like that's bad for white supremacists, like in the West.
Well, I think eventually, like that's part of what's going to happen with this whole with going into World War III. It's going to, because I think it's going to happen.
Yeah,
and the fact that Americans are so divided on everything, and they're like, well, I think you should fight it like this. It's kind of like, there's a fire going on, and everybody is like checking IDs on who shows up, and it's like, oh, wait a minute, you're not from this county, you can't help on the fire. And that's kind of what's going on. And so while everybody's doing that, the fire is still growing.
Right.
And that's what's happening with this World War III situation. It's going to keep growing because there's literally nobody who is going to say, yo, this fire, let's deal with this first, and then we can argue about all this other shit. And it's because Americans have been so comfortable, especially, and Western powers have been comfortable. I mean, it's been a long time since there's been a war in Europe, at least in Western Europe, or they've had to experience it. And America.
On the West side, I'm more concerned about the global South.
Well, global South, I'm telling you, when this is all said and done, the global South is going to be doing better than all these other places. I'm
not sure about Africa though, because Africa is siding with Russia and China.
Yeah, but the war is not going to be fought on their grounds.
Not like that, but no. As far as directly, no. But in terms of resources for war, especially with Africa, the
main resource that they actually, the only real major resource they really need for war, that would come out of the global South is oil, and so they already are getting plenty of oil from the UAE and Saudi. And so they're not going to really be going for a lot of the rare earth minerals that they need in peacetime. They're going to need fuel more than anything, because the Western powers are going to have to be traveling all the way over to, Russia and Asia, the Baltic Sea, and all those different areas like that. And that's the major power that the U.S. has. At least I'm talking about conventional war, because refueling is what gives America the advantage. There a lot of the planes which the Russians and Chinese have, the MiGs, they're more aerodynamic. They're able to get the advantage on us. So the thing is, we're able to get more planes in the air and keep those planes in the air longer and have more weaponry. And so the weaponry is more advanced. Like I heard Scott Ritter on Garland Nixon, and he understands like Marine Corps and Army weaponry, tanks and all that. But I just realized he has a huge blind spot on naval weaponry. He has no clue what he's talking about. And that's where America's real strength is at. Right. The aircraft carriers, the weaponry which comes out of the U.S. Navy. That and the Air Force bombing runs, which they do, giving air superiority. The ground war is so outdated that's not what everything's about anymore, really. But a Marine's not going to ever get that. Oh, sorry. I guess we got that clip. We're going ahead and play that real quick. I kept you way longer than I was planning on it, but you've been a trooper hanging out. So.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
You got it there, right, Marcus?
Oh, yeah. Here, I'll put it on. Yep, there you go.
This is from Mr. Streets, one of our people. He's got a channel. Check him out. This is a clip about the unfortunate train accident in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
You need me to hit play?
Yeah, I can't hit play on it.
You have to turn up the volume too, because
it's on mute.
Yeah.
This Alice me rain can after the completed autos to flow back into the creek and flood the area of Main Street. Eric Jake Koza tells me by telephone from East Palestine, he's frightened to think about what could happen if toxic water seeps into neighboring homes and businesses.
I'm feared that now the chemical is in the ground, it's going to leach towards the, the water ducts, our aquifer for drinking water. I'm concerned that is now contaminated.
Koza's family has been reported to ashes, said the breach of the man air.
I have fear, and this just put the anxiety over the top.
One East Palestine resident on social media posted that a work crew to get overflowing dam, calling it dangerous. As for Koza, he says he doesn't know how much more their community can take. But this is a man dam.
It was the one that was making it deep enough to where they could pump the water out of the creek. They call them booms. So that
now there are just men can understand the Palestine fire surprised hear that the dam was overflowing, saying no one had contact.
Yeah, we gotta all chip in a quarter apiece.
Anxiety.
You said what?
I said we all gotta chip in a quarter apiece to help you with your internet.
Yo, dog, I don't. You know what it is? You know, sometimes I think it's because I live so close to the airport.
That's why.
Yeah,
that's exactly why.
I don't know. Because I upgraded my shit. My shit is like supposed to be pretty good, but it just every once in a while just has issues. That's the only thing I could chop it up to.
Jamin asked me, have I heard about Russian ice-breaking ships? Yes, I have. But it also depends on what level of ice breaking. I mean, plenty of ships can break ice, just no matter how thick are we talking here on this ice. Somebody was asking, they said, what did they say about aircraft carrier being where was it at? It says something about aircraft carriers. Where was that at? Oh, Cat 83 says those aircraft carriers are ridiculous. I heard some of them are so big they have their own zip codes. Actually, I'm not sure exactly on zip codes, but I know that when you talk about a carrier battle group, when a carrier battle group goes out, and we're talking about a nuclear power, we're talking about literally ships that sometimes have over 5,000 people on them. We're talking about a literal floating city out there. And then not only do you have the carrier, but you have all the other ships that go out with the carrier, including the sub battalions and the whole fighter crews. I heard Scott Ritter say, "Oh, well, they could just launch weapons on it and attack them from space." For one, have you seen anybody actually be able to use space lasers? No, you hear people talk about it. So you'd have to use conventional weapons. On those ships, especially carriers, a lot of them have anti-aircraft weapons. For instance, the Sea Whiz alone shoots out over 2,000 rounds a minute. That can take down most aircraft which are flying around them, even fast ones. Not to mention, some of these ships, the destroyers, for instance, are working on railgun technology. So I don't think a lot of people understand it. And then they talk about, oh, well, they could probably just shoot a submarine from some space. Do you realize a sub can dive, right? I worked in sonar. You know how hard it is to track some of these subs when they go on silent mode and they sit up under the water? Because they literally can hide in with a school of whales. What are you going to do? Attack everything that's moving under the ocean? No, you can't do that. So, and we're talking about nuclear powered subs. We're talking about subs that literally can launch off nukes. So, and here's another thing. They literally could put the sub fleet right up under the carrier if you were talking about some kind of crazy missiles. There's so many ways where it would be hard to track a naval. And that's another thing. The support which ground units use, a lot of times carriers literally sit, you know, from a particular distance. I won't say what. I'm not getting myself in trouble. And launch on land targets from out in the ocean. So when somebody doesn't understand that, oh, they're thinking that it's some World War II ships pulling up on each other like they're having drive-bys. It's not how it works. That's not at all how it works. Also, a lot of the major attacks which you have from fighter planes are normally naval pilots. That's normally the Navy coming in and hitting these targets, not the Air Force. So, I mean, I don't think people realize the massive level of when an actual war gets going on, how involved the military does, especially if it was like a World War III type level. I mean, that's the very reason why China has been building aircraft carriers. They wouldn't be building it if it was outdated technology. So, yeah, that's what I'll say on that. I don't know. I saw Scott Ritter on it with Garland, and I'm just like, you do know a lot about tanks and all this other stuff, but when it comes to naval weaponry, I'm honestly blown away at how little knowledge and respect that you give to how powerful that they are and how capable those weapons are. I mean, it should terrify a lot of people, but that's the reason why the Navy literally floats around all over the place as bullying tactic. But
yeah, but
I'll say on that.
But yeah, it's just.
I was gonna say before anything, because I guess we're getting ready to close it out. I guess Marcus is Marcus not aware of Russia's supremacy and hyper? I'm very, very, very aware of it. I talk about it all the damn time. Well, actually, it's not Russia's supremacy in hypersonic missiles. It's China's supremacy in hypersonic missiles. And it is Russia's supremacy in EMP weapons. That's what Russia's big major weapon is. It's about putting your lights out and literally letting you fall apart as a country chaotically. Their weaponry is only a couple of notches. I wouldn't even say they're a couple of notches above ours. What they've gotten from China is a couple of notches above ours. But it's no, what Russia has had on their own is not very different from what the Americans have. It's China who has the weaponry that should be scared as far as hypersonic missiles. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there.
No, you're
good. But yeah, weaponry. I know a lot about naval weaponry. That was weapons and tactics. Is my field. I literally, specifically, my rating in the Navy was I was a torpedo man. So I literally dealt with torpedoes. I dealt with anything from small arms all the way up to Tomahawk cruise missiles. So I do understand naval weaponry very, very well. And not only dealing with ours, I worked in a NATO mag, so I understand about our allies also. And through doing that, we have to study what the intel gives us as far as the Russian stuff. Though I've been out of the military a while, it does not mean that I do not keep up with people who are still in the know about these things. But yeah. Collin, brother, could you let everybody know where they can find you and, you know, how they can get in touch with you, sir?
Sure. You can find me on Twitter at Ogbonna_.Collin. You can also find me on the INN, Indie News Network. If you look indienews.network, you can find my link tree, and actually all my links will be there. You can find me on YouTube. I do INN News with Reef Greenland Wednesdays. We live stream on Wednesdays at either 8 or 9 Eastern Standard Time. I think those are the main places. But if you forget, just look up indienews.network. You'll find my link tree, and all my links will be there.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Chris, got any thoughts to add, sir?
No, I mean, again, a lot of this discussion just makes me fall back to what I always say: just take care of you and your own, right? You will go crazy trying to save the world, and think local, think smaller. Baba has some good ideas in the chat. Think about preparing as much of your own food as you can, growing it, things like that. These would be the things that, keep you healthy and keep the chemicals out of shit, so you don't have to depend on health insurance, I mean, just these little things you could do, you know what I'm saying? Maybe too late for some of us, but at the very least we could do is teach the next generation, you know what I'm saying? And Collin, clearly he's already doing that. So, kudos to you for that, because it takes a lot of patience.
I mean, I think it's just do what you can. It's not like it's not to say I'm doing a whole lot, but I think just use what you're gifted in and just do that in terms of how you can empower yourself and then try and empower the people directly that are around you. As my dad says to me, revolution starts at home. So if you can't do anything to revolutionize yourself, then there's no way you're going to be able to help to revolutionize others to the cause that you're trying to promote. So start with you first and then work out in terms of what you can do locally.
All righty, I appreciate it. And what do you think about actually being in the fold with us?
I mean, no, I watch you guys not a lot, but often enough. So I mean, you've asked me to be on the show for a while, but I think just more especially just within the last few weeks. So yeah. I just wanted to
ask you to come on about a year ago.
I know. And I think that was I was still kind of a baby in the I was not really in the space like that yet. So at that time everything was just I think at this point last year I was part of INN, but I really wasn't doing. I was just getting ready to start doing INN News. So honestly, I really haven't been in the space in this way for that long. It's only been a year. So I think, as I said, you have a different perspective being on this side of the camera versus watching. The personalities that that I've been watching since 2017, and but did I watch it? No. But then again, I didn't watch. I mean, I started with late, but I started with TYT, and then
all of us did to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, but then I kind of graduated into when they were on Rising, Kriston Sauer on Rising, and then and it kind of evolved from there, into more started with the gateway channels, you could say, and then to the more nitty-gritty channels, eventually, and now I'm doing one of myself. I think I'm not sure how I came into you, Pacific. I think honestly, just with who we know, your name got around, so obviously I think from that. But I don't remember specifically how I came to know of you though. But no, as I said, it's just I just appreciate having more Black men in this space who are left leaning but are able to kind of speak. I think what I really appreciate about us is that for us, as I said, it's not theory. For many of us, this is real life for us. So being able to kind of speak from that perspective. And I think generally, like, we're very aware of the issues that some of these personalities just talk about in terms of, like, the theory of it versus just living that reality every day. I think is very telling. But
it seems like the theory people never leave their house, that they're always in front of the computer.
Right. And
because that's where I have a big problem, because and the same applies to like the libertarians. Again, everything sounds fucking good, but we have to deal with the reality. You know what I'm saying? And they don't do that. Neither one of them actually.
Well, I do know some of those theory people who leave the house, but it's still not helping.
Yeah. So, but it's the idea of, like, to know the theory is one thing, but to, at minimum, talk to people who live the theory that you claim to understand is another, and then living it out, I think, brings in another level to the shit. So I think, but yeah, all that to say, I just believe that there should be more people who are able to be more representative of the people who we try to reach out to in this space, to be representative of those voices. And I think you guys are definitely one of those voices. So I definitely really appreciate you guys, doing what you do, despite, now knowing the reality of doing this on YouTube, but like with the strikes and the suppression and like, all the stuff that, like they can just nuke your channel just because,
I'm surprised I haven't nuked this yet. I really am.
What's that?
I'm surprised they haven't nuked this yet, because
I know, but I mean, but I think that and I think right now, especially with how fractured the left is right now, I feel like the field is getting a lot smaller than I remember even back in 2019 in a lot of ways. But so all that to say, like, the people who are here, who are still doing their thing, try to bring truth to power and trying to empower, the people, their audiences. And I think, especially if you're of color, like, it's not to say we have a greater responsibility, but I think we understand it a little better and are able to speak to that gravitas of the reality that we go through. So but thank you guys for, in a lot of ways, kind of leading out in this work, so I'm able to kind of follow in, and remaining true to your principles in terms of why you're doing this, and not giving into the temptations that are definitely out there and being in the space of looking for the fame or looking for like the notoriety that can come with this, but you're choosing to do in other ways, so which is not popular but is necessary. So thank you guys, and thank you guys for having me on. And it was long overdue, but I'm glad being able to finally come on, and like, definitely happy and excited to do it again.
Yeah, I was going to show you this real quick, just so you can get a laugh. We all start somewhere, right? I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to show it.
All right.
Because I started commenting. I started getting on live streams and stuff. Maybe about 4 years ago, going on 5 years ago. I started my channel about 4 years ago. Well, going on 4 years.
Right.
So here is my first video all the way back here. So it's been a while.
Wow.
And it's tons of videos since then. Not tons, but I'm doing a lot. So I mean, just go get out there and start making some content. That's what I tell everyone.
Yeah, that'll probably be me for too long, which again is so weird to think of that it's going to be me.
Don't watch your earliest videos again. After you've been doing it, do not go back and watch.
Oh God, no! Honestly, I can't watch myself now just doing streams. It's like even just doing clips, I'm just kind of like, no, I can't. Like I can't watch myself. But like it's just kind of like a one and done type of deal.
I can watch Chris. We might do.
I can watch. Like
I'm just gonna cut Chris. I'm gonna cut me out, and I'm just gonna put all the old videos of Chris on.
I totally agree. Like I'll watch Reef because obviously being my co-host, I can watch him, but it's just kind of like like I can't watch myself. So but
he virtually had no gray back then.
But
I know, right? Now I'm getting gray all over on the sides and shit, but it's all good. They'll tell me if I have to cut it or not.
Yeah, my face is a lot wider than it was back then. But yeah, this has been a good one. On that note, we're going to go ahead and close it out. Thank you, everybody who tuned in. I mean, especially for y'all who made it the whole, let's see, we're going to over 4 hours now. I appreciate everybody who popped in here. Even if you just hopped in for a minute, please, hopefully, just give me a thumbs up. It does help the algorithm to give us that thumbs up in there. If you enjoy the content, of course, subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. And if you have topics that you want us to answer or go into or talk about, or you feel like nobody else is talking about it, send that to me or Chris, and we'll try our best to talk about it. Even if we don't get to it right that week. Baba sent me something. I talked about it like maybe 2 weeks later. Atris sent me that video I shared earlier like 2 months ago. So it doesn't mean that I won't get to it. I do answer everybody who responds to me. It's just a matter of how soon am I able to get to it or not, or if I feel like I can fit it in. But that said, I appreciate it. Y'all have a good weekend. I don't have any kind of interview or nothing planned for tomorrow, but next week, well, I might be going live on Hebrew Apologetics. So anybody who does follow our content there, please check that out. Also, Jose is going to be uploading some audio. I believe he's doing Exodus. So he's doing some of Exodus, which he's done audio. So please make sure to check that out if you guys are interested in that part. So thank you, everybody. Much love to all y'all.
Peace out, everybody.